afternoon, dear guests. We are starting the second day of our conference, Remote Healthcare. We are about to start our next section, which is the section of emergency care at remote sites, and we will talk about educational aspects. We will talk about innovations in this field, and we have a lot of speakers who are experts, including our colleague from Slovenia, Anton Posavets. Make sure that you get your headsets in order to receive translation if you need. So remember, we do have translation available. So today we have several speakers who are working offline and several speakers who are working online. This section is going to last for 2 hours. And in case we don't really fit the time frame, then we will continue our conversation in the sidelines. For the vocational training, we do have Elena Starovoitova, who is MD, medical doctor, head of the Department of General Medical Practice of Tomsk Siberian University, Medical Siberian University. And please, Elena, you have the floor. That's Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Happy to welcome you here. I am grateful to the organizers for this chance to share our experience of our medical university, Siberian Medical University, about our remote healthcare educational programs. Remote healthcare, as for today, it's a system of providing medical assistance for the population who are in remote locations, whether working or living. But at a certain stage now, we see that there is no general rule of the criteria how to identify what is a remote object. And unfortunately, at this point in Russia, we have a lot of objects that might be at some point related as remote objects and require remote health care. Also, we have a lot of gaps in our legal requirements about such places. And if we talk about special education, we do not have a medical specialty that is called remote health care doctor. We do not have federal standards. We don't have any federal educational standards for such doctors, so they are not legally identified. Speaking about international infrastructure, we know that in the US and in Australia they have federal educational standards for such specialties. Both rural, industrial, remote healthcare and doctors work in such specialties. As for Russia, the most adjacent doctor will be general practitioner or family doctors. Such doctors have the most competences and skills that are needed for rural health posts or paramedical centers, which were initially planned as primary care units. But again, those competencies do not completely cover the industrial remote healthcare, which is why till just recently doctors who worked in remote healthcare received international certificates. Due to the situation that we are facing last 2 years, such certificates are not being issued anymore to the citizens of the Russian Federation, which is why we had a demand to create a program of our own for instruction of such doctors. Last year, representatives of National Association ITLS turned to our university and suggested that we create a program of training for the remote healthcare specialists. Our rector supported this idea. Our first step was to create additional training program. In order to work on this task, some of them are outpatient clinical departments, hygiene departments, general practitioners department, and others. The task was to form structural knowledge and skills and competences for remote healthcare. So the program of additional training was created that was conditioned for 72 hours of training. The name of this first in Russia program is called Organization and of Medical Help in Remote Healthcare. 58 specialists received this training within the last 2 years. For you to understand, there were actually two programs, one for the doctors with higher medical education, the other one for the secondary education specialists. So it depends what the background of the specialist initially was. The main chapters used, the main blocks used for that were Russian clinical recommendations and international standards, both in terms of first aid, urgent care, remote objects, medevac, medicinal care in terms of pharmaceuticals, and this program is of competent study mode, so we had both simulation and theoretical background installed in this program. So we have 3 simulation centers in Tomsk, in Moscow, and in St. Petersburg. They are all internationally certified. Such centers is where we work on our medical skills. For our theoretical part, we use online platform, TCMO. Every student received access to this platform. It's a handy tool. And then they have to solve situational tasks that are not linear. What it means is that if a person fails some question, then the system will go back to the unit, to the chapter that correspondingly needs to be rehashed and repeated in order to answer this question correctly. This helps to solidify knowledge. Such composite study mode helps us to broaden the scope of our students. Our potential students might come from any region, not just Tomsk. After a person received this training, they get a certificate of a government of Ministry of Health, so it's an official document. Also, our students can use it for their future medical accreditation. You can get more information about this program on the single platform of additional medical education. There is the link, and if you have any further questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you, Elena. Colleagues, we are doing great in terms of timing. We have time for questions. Anything in our online chat? Nothing yet. I have a question. International programs that have been that you have delivered here, what are your outcomes? Do you have already any feedback on the results? Is it just training, or are the doctors who have already hands-on experience? There are certain outcomes, there are certain results. As I have already said, 58 specialists received this training, and the feedback from them personally is that they have enough skills to work on remote objects and be able to provide medical assistance. And we understand that doctors of different specialties can work on remote locations, and unfortunately no other program can provide a person with the right skills and competences and knowledge, because med-evac, as an example, is not something that is within our study courses generally. And I think this is something that is really needed. This program was called for a long time. Yeah, what is important is that doctors of completely different specializations can come to work at remote healthcare and to work at remote locations. So it's great that your program actually suits for doctors of different backgrounds. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Then we are moving forward to our next speaker, of Leonid Dezhurny. Leonid is going to be delivering his presentation online. Leonid, please hook up to our conference. So the name of this report is Implementation of International Programs and Changes. Training of medical professionals according to international protocols. So Leonid here. Can you see my presentation here, colleagues? Can you see it? So dear colleagues, I'm going to be speaking about the current situation and recent changes in the Russian Federation on first aid and the opportunities that it provides to us for remote locations improvement. So just recently, a new law has been passed for the federal legislation on the first aid. So this article, most importantly, says that the first aid will be delivered according to the standard of the Russian Federation law. And this is quite important, because it's not just one protocol, as it is of today, chart of 77 as it is today, but there will be several protocols that might be put into greater detail for different categories, and an additional point for remote locations, healthcare or first aid will be also added for that, because there might be some specific situations. Also, there is a list of drugs that is presupposed to be in the first aid kit, or additionally to the basic first aid kit with this chart of 77, or additionally drugs that might be delivered either according to the instruction or by the command of a medical professional that instructs to use such drugs, even if he is not exactly right there. More changes are about the storage of such drugs, because before we had a requirement there should be a medical post, but it wasn't specified how many medical posts there should be, what were the conditions of storage, and so on and so forth. The new law writes that down. Another charter, number 64, demonstrates the educational standards. So now the educational standards for first aid is something that is written in the law. Before that, it wasn't quite clear, was quite vague. First aid or medical help, it wasn't deciphered. Now it's quite clear. First, SHE trainings should also now include first aid, which is an innovation, and we had to talk with the lawmakers that there might be different scenarios that could be shared, so they included it into this new law. And now healthcare trainings would also include the first aid protocols. Also, it's a great thing, because the persons who are doing the first SHE trainings will receive our recommendations, our manuals that might be used for creating such SHE safety and health trainings, so that the persons then later on everywhere will receive unified information. And we will be, as a Ministry of Health, also distributing such materials for their convenience, for the convenience of the persons who are creating such SHE trainings. And again, we will prepare a list of frequently asked questions, so that a person who is creating such instruction will be able to answer them in a correct manner. What else is new? Now we have requirements that presuppose what are the requirements to the person who is teaching, who is instructing first aid. The requirements are that this person has a certificate in first aid. Before that, that was not a requirement. And this is quite a lengthy name of the program that has to be there. This medical professional will not become a teacher or instructor, but the requirement is that the program has to be mastered in order to be able to instruct on first aid. Why is this important? Because quite often people who teach first aid have not received such trainings themselves and do not really know the methodology of teaching in general, so it's important that they at least get it at some level. Also, about the duration of the program, it has to be 16 hours according to the Ministry of Health, 8 hours of theoretical background, and 8 hours of practical experience, hands-on experience. Theoretical backgrounds might be studied at some other place and independently online, but the 8 hours of hands-on experience has to be delivered in person. So this program has been all aligned with the requirements of the Ministry of Health, and this program is approved as additional education. Over here you see that's the manuals, and such manuals now belong to Ministry of Health, so they are recommended. These are the test questions, situational tasks and questions. Over in top you see it says methodological learning materials. It's free of charge. You can use this both in PDF or in Word doc format in order to download such materials, and you might use it at your own institution as well. The recommendation from the Ministry of Health was issued towards the governors, and it's official recommendations on the regional level for every region, recommended to be used for SHE trainings. Another important thing that I would like to add is that there are 730 test questions on first aid, and currently there are some questions that are not included in our manual, which is why we are now working on a new manual for first aid for employees, and all of the answers will be included in this new manual. Persons who receive training to be instructors, they receive this complete instruction, then they teach medical professionals for first aid, and then if there is an appeal for something, then we can also refer to this manual. Of course, we're not saying it's already perfect, but someone has to start the training. Right now, quite many people are getting their theoretical online education, this first 8 hours that were supposed to be. Over there you see there is a platform, a web platform. It's quite cheap, only 199 rubles, so 200 rubles. Over here we understand that this is not legal, well, not illegal, but that's not a real test. They just making money from air, because the only thing that they are selling is that the same document that exists on the Ministry of Healthcare website. According to the Federal Law 44, we know that might be a chance to have a tender or competition for delivering such courses online. That would be a standardized training online, and set the criteria for such organizations that would be able to train persons on first aid in a correct manner, in a manner that is presupposed by law. Also, there is a list of organizations that includes all the organizations. We're planning to make this list of organizations that would be providing such training, that would be legally allowed to do that, and the list of persons quite as well who would be able to provide such training, and we will be able to reflect if this person has a certificate. This will be a register, online and e-register, online register. Then a person could also print out their own certificate. So of course it will be kind of challenging technology-wise, but still doable. Tomorrow I will be at the conference in St. Petersburg speaking about with the Committee of Healthcare Issues in order to push this creation of a state or federal register. Hopefully this register, at least at this point, will be started not on federal base, but in general. So it's a Russian community of first aid that is going to be partnering with us on this effort. What are our suggestions? First is to develop an order of first aid, a special order for first aid of remote locations. As I already said, it's quite specific, and we will need help from and feedback from the persons who are working there to understand all the factors, hazardous factors. Second, I suggest that we develop a register of first aid. Third, I suggest that we certify and test the organizations and persons who are teaching first aid. And fourth is to provide platforms for such trainings. Thank you. Thank you so much, Leonid. Colleagues, any questions from the audience? Any questions from our web chat? Okay, so we do have a question. I'll pass on the mic. Just a sec. Good afternoon. What do you think is the time frame for this manual to be delivered, and how can we track the status of this manual? All right, I got your question. We are working on this manual right now, but while this new law was just issued, we have to slow down a little bit because at first we need to set the protocol, or the order as we call it, of the first aid, and only after that, after it's aligned and approved, we can officially put it in the manual. And now we're getting approvals from different specialists, resuscitators, anesthesiology and others, and at this now we're in the stage of approval. So the text is now like 95% ready, but we need to get the final approval by the Ministry of Health and then the Ministry of Legal Affairs. And we need to be able to verify every letter in accordance with the letter of law, which is why I'm saying once we get the approval from ministry, then after 2 weeks we will be ready to publish. But where can we track it? The website of the Ministry of Health? Yes, the website of the Ministry of Health. Legally, and it will be published there as well. The order might take some time. The order of first aid deliverance might take some time to be approved, but what we want is that the ministry, not only the Ministry of Health, but also the Ministry of Labor also recommends this document. Another question, please. I'm Yulia Timofeyev from Siberian Medical University. Thank you for your report. Oftentimes, we see that some websites or organizations reduce the prices, and they say that they teach first aid only for 100 rubles, but we cannot guarantee and we cannot check what is the level of the education and training that they are providing, and that's an issue. So the register of organizations is a great idea, but my question is, what is the principle according to which the persons will be and the organizations will be included in that? Is there a risk that the quality might still not be superb? All right, such registers are a huge scope of work, and I plan to do as follows. At the initial stage, we will be asking for applications. The companies and persons will be uploading their programs, their certificates, because they could be different certificates, whether it's a teacher or instructor or just the first aid specialist. So we will be checking that. Then we will be checking the feedback of that registers organizations, and once we get a red flag, then we will be excluding such companies. But no, anyways, this procedure of including and excluding companies into the register will be also written down in the special protocol for such situations. So the first entry will be an easy go, but after the second one, to get back into the register, it will be quite challenging for companies. So that's how we're planning to tackle it. Thank you, Leonid. First aid is a very important and not only thing that is needed for specialists or some professionals, but it also needed for broader public, which is why we need the instructors to be quite professional and what they're saying, and not just the certificate. So we need to check the content of the program. Thank you. And as we understand, you will be listening to us throughout the whole conference. Thank you. Colleagues, we are moving forward with the next report, which will be mine. I'm the speaker. I will introduce myself. My name is Daniil Starostin. I'm Executive Director of Alfamedtraining and Director of ITLS Russia. I will be speaking about something that already has been touched upon. Need a clicker. We have discussed that the international training programs, of course, exist, but it's also important to see how such things are implemented. And when a person is on a remote object, alone, hungry and cold, what can be done to help to get for the persons to get qualified medical care? And the element of remote health care is something that can help. If we're talking about disclaimer, I don't have any conflict of interest. Many persons know about remote health care. It is now a quite well-known term, but as a medical officer, for me, it seems like it's a very diverse sphere. There are many factors and many new programs are being developed, which makes it even better, because we understand that more and more remote locations have a chance to receive quality care of high quality medical care. We have different types of medical posts, as we call them: paramedical centers, rural health posts, mixed health posts, and doctors' medical posts. The distribution of different platforms in our motherland is quite diverse. A person can be at remote location not only in central part of Russia but also in the far east of Russia, and people might be waiting for 2-3 years to get the helicopter and medevac, which is why for such places it's even more relevant to have opportunities to ask questions. What are the protocols of how long should we wait, what should we do in the meantime, and so on and so forth. Statistically, mostly 46% it's oil and gas, drilling 14%, mining 12%, oil refinery 3%, and other objects that are quite dangerous and there is a possibility of getting traumas, serious injuries. So not only should we understand how to deliver medical assistance, but also to understand the specifics of this industry, related industry. About the distribution of remote objects, you can look at the map and have a look that we cover different remote locations where the corporate medicine center is located, and not only located but also delivers the help, medical help. This is general statistics per regions. Mostly interested in the number on the whole, on the employees. The distribution is quite different. The most employees work at Yamal-Nenets area, 17,000. And the fourth column shows how many medical posts there are. And there are places where we only have paramedical centers. Sometimes we have to organize a medical doctor center where there are certified doctors, because the population grows and the need in that also grows. Also, we need to display what are the devices that could be used for such health posts, and it's not exactly MRI or CT scans. Such posts normally do not presuppose such extensive diagnostics. Everything is quite plain and basic. Most is what we need to emphasize. If a person comes, we need to have at least basic situation in order to make timely decisions about the need of medevac and in order to be able to diagnose. Another great practice that we also introduced is telemedicine. It's easy, it's accessible, and very effective. People come, they receive their medical assistance, they have some issues with medevac, they have problems with diagnostics of some elements. We have a call center where colleagues from Siberian State University, medical universities work, and some other partnering institutes. 24/7 you can get a consult from a doctor, and a doctor can look at, for example, ECG or some other images. So it's a great support and assistance to our specialists who are located far away. Another slide that shows general distribution. And here we can see that most importantly, what are the reasons for medevacs? Cardiovascular situations are 31%. It's medevac. The most reason for the most often reason for such things. Also traumas and poisonings. Emergency care situations for evacs is different. Injuries for the emergencies are more often than anything else. The amount of patients that we lost, still we do encounter with lethality, and that's the statistics throughout the 3 years. And sometimes death could be happening right on the working place, some cardiovascular catastrophes. And as you can see, the statistics, of course, doesn't look like statistics for a big inpatient hospital, but still we do experience such cases, fatal cases. And every doctor also need to take into account that we need to follow the standards to be able to mitigate the risks. The programs and the protocols about different situations, burns, traumas, maybe something very serious, more serious than that, for the situations where we need to evacuate this patient, where medical assistance in the remote location is not possible. Which is why a remote healthcare specialist has to be ready for everything, like a universal soldier who can do many things. Cases of successful diagnostics, timely diagnosis that help to prevent a cardiovascular catastrophe, thromboembolic situation. Everything was documented also correctly. ECG, thrombolysis has been started, and we stabilized this patient, evacuated this person later on. The patient survived, which is a success, and was transported to a nearby large medical center. Also cases of a sudden cardio catastrophe or cardio death. It happens sometimes, and we know that it's difficult to find out what are the exact reasons, and we are not sure about the exact mechanism. For example, there was a case when a person went to smoke and then just fell dead, and that just happened quite fast. It was great luck that his colleagues were trained in first aid, and they started doing CPR. They had a device for that, and this person was resuscitated. He survived, and he was also evacuated to an inpatient clinic later. It's great that we train people, and then they understand that there are protocols and there are programs to train people. And it's great that such projects also give real results. We don't have proof that a person who received training will use this knowledge in a situation, in emergency situations, but at least we can guarantee if a person had training, knows international standards, and if this person starts CPR or starts using protocols, then the chances for the patient to survive, they are much higher than without any intervention, which is the main reason why we are all doing it. Not just to do CPR, but for this person to survive and to go back home alive. So trainings, first aid trainings and CPR trainings are extremely important for remote locations. We are providing different trainings. Today we will have also demonstration after lunch. I kindly invite you to have a look at our training master classes, pre-hospital care. Also, we have different courses for persons with medical education or for persons without medical educations. We have CPR. We have so-called first helpers courses, where we can train a person for to be able to train someone else at the remote location. So we do use our dummies, and our instructors show what to do. The key role here is not only to have online training, but instructor's role. Instructor is key, especially for first aid major courses that last for 2 days, and extended trauma courses. Everywhere there should be an instructor who could convey the information in the right manner. So this instructor is key, which is why we are having a lot of hands-on education, hands-on training. Offline education means that persons do not just come and click different slides. It means that they are hands-on, they are doing CPR, they are using the dummy, they are working on their skills. Only at that, in this case, this new skill will be effective, and it could be effectively used. About our instructors that we have different courses as listed on the slide. And in Moscow, Tomsk, and St. Petersburg, we have the following numbers of instructors. We do have medevac trainings that is supposed to be, persons supposed to be able to make a decision what should be done. Maybe ultrasound, to understand whether there should be a medical evacuation, and then we'll save money on helicopter. So there should be basic fundamental knowledge for the ultrasound. Ultrasound knowledge is ultrasound device usage is a very valuable knowledge. What the skills and the algorithms that we are providing our students with, mostly, of course, have been designed after some international courses, but not just that. It is something that is based on the scenarios that could be used. And in the previous chart, there was a situation where a person in reality had several fingers cut off working with a saw, and they had to amputate his arm. So we, for example, included that particular case in our possible scenario. So a real case. That's what we do very often, and we also include often traumas and injuries. Thank you for your attention. I'm ready to answer your questions. Any questions from our web Web chat, no? Okay. We are moving forward with our reports. Now we will be talking about international protocols in other countries. And Vanya Vincenzo is our next speaker, who is a paramedic, a member of Medical Advisory Board of the International Society of Remote Medical Practices.
It's Vanni Vincenzo from Italy, and my presentation is from advanced to basic. Going to work in a remote context, therefore not even a hospital, with the possibility of even all the tools and advice of specialists. In this case, we must take a step back.
Сейчас начнем заново видео. Можете пока спокойно брать наушники.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vanni Vincenzo from Italy, and my presentation is from advanced to basic. Going to work in a remote context, therefore not even a hospital, with the possibility of even all the tools and advice of specialists. In this case, we must take a step back. What do you do in this case? Some answers of my student during the courses are oxygen 100%, or RSI, or intubation, or MPA, or suction. But the solution is easy and fast. Only put the head in neutral position. This is the solution. Very basic maneuver. What is the problem? We use inappropriate maneuvers because we have forgotten the basics. We have raised the basic maneuvers from our minds. We are no longer able to do the calculations for the administration of drugs in a remote area. The habit of using technological equipment made us forget, or even never taught us, how to obtain the same result, but without the technology. This is an example. You are in a remote area and you need to administer dopamine. There are the things that you have and you know. The question is, how many drops do you need to give our patient per minute to fulfill the order? This is what's happened.
80% моих студентов, которые работают в больницах, не могут решить эту проблему, потому что они постоянно привыкли полагаться на оборудование, на электронное оборудование, поэтому в их голове вот такое что-то происходит.
This is a very easy example to make clear that working in remote areas requires preparation, that high-K providers often do not have or remember. Furthermore, there are other technical skills that an high-K provider don't know, therefore they need specific training, like improvising the construction of the stretcher or making a tractional splint for femur fracture. To try to fill this gap, we advise a high-K provider to take the remote area course. Who can participate in this course? All high-K providers with at the last 3 years of hospital experience can participate in this course. Upon successful completion of all phase 1 modules, you see is approximately 1,350 hours, the student can move on the second phase, 30 days in a remote location. Their images refer to experience of one my student on the master course in remote areas. She is Martina. Martina is a nurse who decided after the course to have an experience in Madagascar that lasted 10 months. She go back in Italy in February this year. In conclusion, in order to work in remote areas, you don't only need goodwill, but you need to be prepared to face this mission. Thank you very much for your attention and have a good day.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much. And again, we see how important remote healthcare is and how people work on such remote locations. We will be moving forward. Unfortunately, our next speaker couldn't be able to present online, which is why we also will have a presentation that was pre-recorded. It is the presentation by Artyom Kuzovlev. Artyom Kuzovlev is the Deputy Director, Head of the Research Institute of General Resuscitation, named after Nigovsky, and the name of his report is Scientific Basis Foundations of Teaching First Aid. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm grateful to be here, and I'm happy to welcome you to be here with this 4th International Conference about remote healthcare. I thank the organizers, and unfortunately I'm not able to present offline, to be here in person, since I am right in Sakhalin, and one of our important resuscitation and rehabilitation committee. So my report here is about modern teaching of first aid, and the foundation of first aid and CPR were set by Vladimir Nigovsky and Peter Safar, which is why we understand that the principles of educations were formed back in the time of Nigovsky. Still, as we continue to receive some scientific proof of the protocols. Now we have pretty good proof, and I will speak in more detail about that. We follow the recommendations, ERC recommendations. Unfortunately, 21st of September, we are stopping our partnership, official partnership, and but our committee will continue to work. And Arctic Medical Training and Corporate Medicine Center are our long-term partners, and we will continue to work with them, and we are grateful to them for that. The pedagogical aspects have evolved in the recommendations of European Council on Reanimation, and the CPR guidelines on this document say that everyone has to be taught some basic skills. It's easy to be taught, easy to teach. Basic skills is something that needs to be taught, and there are some peculiarities of working on that and how to teach the trainers, train the trainers. And we are trying to work to make the skills automatized so that they would be performed flawless. This goal of our education is to compile all the components. So the practical skills is our main goal. And of course, educational component is one of the most important components of this triad of science, education, and hands-on experience. And this component helps our patients to survive in the first place. An important component here is that we do not stick to one teaching philosophy. We do not stick to one approach, and we use so-called mixed approach, both online and offline, and we understand that completely online is not possible. It's not a good idea, and we've been able to prove that during COVID. So that's a strong recommendation, even if it's of course evidence-based, but not as much evidence-based. It's based on the theory of lifelong learning and teaching of adults. But this helps us. This approach helps us to use it. This continuous education. The structure does not have to be as much evidence-based. But every teacher needs to understand that there are certain principles that the structure of the course need to adhere to. So we have first-stage methodology. First, demonstration without explanation, then explanation with demonstration, then the instructor does it himself or herself, and then the trainee or the student does it himself, alone. Why are we using that? Is there any evidence-based approach here? It's important that we do not adhere to the four-step structure. It might be three-step structure, but we suggest that the stepwise training is used anyways, and it might depend on the audience and on the skill that you are trying to use, and it might be dependent on the type of that skill. In some approaches we do teach scenarios and not steps. We do not have evidence-based approach in terms of four-step training approach. So we can't really tell how it influences the rate of survivors. The next slide is about those short cycles. When the short cycles of CPR, then you debrief your trainees, your students, then you complicate it a little bit and debrief again, stop and debrief, and then again make it a little more complicated, even more complicated than before, and stop and debrief, and so on and so forth. We also understand that refresher courses are important. They need to be used. They have to be short and frequent. It is evidence-based. We're talking about the literature, an article that was just recently published, and we do not know how often, how frequent it should be. Otherwise, the skills vanish within 1 or 2 months. But 2 minutes is enough just to keep the skill alive. So just 2 minutes of training and the skill keeps alive. Still, our educational approach tells us that this should be a continuous education with short, frequent retrainings, with discussions, with self-managed additional education. And there are some very interesting research about, for example, the impact of alcohol, and it's during among festival attendees, and CPR among festival attendees. So we can say that it's quite an interesting research that was published in 2022, and it's for Resuscitation among festival attendees. They haven't figured out that there is any direct influence of the alcohol level to the effectiveness. But going back to more serious issues, is that we have to target our students, our audience, and it's important to increase motivation. It's important to demonstrate the link of survival, to demonstrate the feedback approach, and it's important to use the so-called space learning, meaning this distribution in time. It's more effective from the educational viewpoint not to teach once or learn once, but it's more effective to study 30 minutes, for example, every day, and give your brain some time to rest. Also, there are different programs for general populations. One of them is called, in ILCOR scientific statement, that is called Kids Save Lives. It's about school children education and training, teaching them how to use CPR and defibrillators. If we speak about the persons with medical education, we need to take into account different aspects, such as extended resuscitation skills, such as BLS, ALS, and PBLS, and others, special protocols and certificates, and the prompts from the algorithm. The prompts from the algorithms have to be used by the medical specialists. We have it's an evidence-based approach. We don't have evidence that proves that it's better to do it than not to do it, to use them. Also, we need to teach our medics how to work in teams and how to be leaders. That also improves the results of the training, and quite possibly improves the results in real time in patients' situations. Also, we have this Team 2 approach, and in our courses this is a opportunity for improvement, because we might be not including as much soft skills as we need to, but it is recommended by systemic reviews, non-technical skills within some separate courses or modules. A very important technology called debriefing, which is need to be used not only for real-time training, but also for in-hospital trainings. The level of realistic depends on what opportunities you have. Some dummies are quite realistic for ALS, for example, courses. Sometimes, if you don't have a chance, you might also use a less realistic mannequin. We found that it doesn't drastically improve the skills within the first 3 months. Might be more effective within the first 3 months, but in general, not as much. The basic life supports for BLS became even more relevant during the COVID times, especially for the territories where there is not too much personnel to train. And VR technologies and VR teaching methodology might be also a way, and it helps to work and to solidify skills. You can also organize self-education or individual education or group education using VR. At this point, we don't have enough evidence to state that this is an evidence-based, evidential, but there is more and more research that tells us that they improve skills and knowledge retention, and that it has to be probably a mixed mode, a mixed approach, together with other alternatives. But it's an accessible and possible alternative. Sometimes you can use VR if you don't have a dummy. We don't know so far whether it's more or less effective. It hasn't been researched as much. There are only three articles about how to evaluate first aid skills after training. Only 3 articles, not enough. Dear colleagues, please, you can take it in your hands and start this research. Our National Resuscitation Council will be happy if you do. Other courses for instructors, they are being delivered as additional training. Once a year we have Instructors Day. Our council holds this day, and it helps to upgrade the skills of our educators. And most importantly, things that we do, does it really influence the outcomes? It does change the attitude of our students. It improves the quality of practical skills after our courses, and as far as we know from our systematic review, is that the training on structured courses of advanced courses does actually influence the clinical outcome. So our courses of simulational medicine is extremely important, and training the instructors, training the trainers is also quite important, since they directly influence the outcome. This is all that I wanted to talk about, the evidence-based and research basis. Please read more of our research. Come to our conference in November. It will be on the 10th and 11th of November, an anniversary this time. So please, welcome, and thank you for your attention. Thank you, Artyom. And the refresher courses are always great in Siberian Medical University. They bring people once a year, and once a year we teach them in our refresher courses. So it's a tradition already for us to bring people once a year, and we welcome you and encourage you to come to refresher courses, even if you already have the training. All right, so moving forward, the next topic will be regulatory support of training and first aid by Alina Zakurdaeva, who is a leading researcher of FGBU, SNIOS, of the Ministry of Health. She is secretary of the Profile Commission on the direction of first aid. I'm happy to welcome you, and I would like to continue the topic of first aid on remote locations, including remote locations, and I will talk more about the legal regulations and regulatory support for remote objects. Yes, my presentation has come up. Please, let's go with the first slide, first page. To understand the context of how the first aid is taught in Russia, I will briefly tell you that the citizens of Russian Federation, according to legislation, doesn't mean it's always like that in reality, but according to our legislation, we train it in schools, colleges, and universities as a part of secondary education, additional education, general education, also for emergency situation trainings and SHE trainings. The first aid is included in all of the levels. At schools, we have trainings in biology, physical education, and physical safety as a special subject at school, where first aid is also being taught. Also, within our federal educational standards, we have first aid and teaching the basics of caring for the patients, or the sick as they're called in this program. It is also part of educational course for the 10th, 11th. It's a recent one, just adopted in 2023. As for professional training, drivers, emergency bodies, and police also get this training. Additional training is available for children and adults, and as a part of additional vocational training or additional professional training. Also, this is a part where we train the trainers or train the first aid instructions. Also, by law, all of our citizens of the Russian Federations are supposed to learn the first aid techniques. The federal law says that if the emergency situation is officially stated, everyone has to be retrained. About SHE, a year ago, an Article 24 or Decree 2464 came into effect, or went into effect, for training of employees. Before that, we didn't have exact specification of how the employees need to be taught. Right now, all the employees of each employer should be trained in a very brief first aid without practical simulation, so just theoretical background. For the some certain categories of employees, there has to be a special course with 50%, at least 50% of practical hands-on experience. The rules of SHE instruction article 33 says that they should be the persons who have to have extended course are the persons, employees who are training on first aid, working professions, drivers are supposed to have extended training, persons that are somehow officially responsible for first aid in a certain enterprise, and there is additional point that says any other employees if the employer decides they need to have an extended training. Like I have already said, it's at least 8 hours for this extended training, but since we have corresponding federal manual and they are 16 hours, they're supposed to be 16 hours, so it's not 8, it's supposed to be 16 hours. And accordingly, we also have requirements towards a person who trains or teaches such courses, at least 16 also hours of training for the instructor and 24 hours of first aid. So it turns out that the organizations that work in this sphere have to be controlled in the following way: by the Ministry of Health, they have to be certified by the Ministry of Labor, and the organizations that train the training, they have to have license for additional educational programs. So they have to be licensed if they teach by law. Okay, so I'll just already mention that those are very formal methods of control, and certification from the Ministry of Labor is an easy thing to do. It's easy to apply, and a license for teaching the trainers of the first aid courses also does not really give us a chance to control the content of that training, and we cannot control whether it's compliant with the Ministry of Health requirements, and in general we don't know much we don't have much control of that. So I will share some recommendations of the First Aid Society. Currently we are working on recommendations for the first aid training organizations, and it's going to be a certification called public certification of different organizations. So as a part of our charter, one of our ways of economic activity is accreditation or certification, as we call it, of training, first aid training courses. And we are planning to certify the following list of persons: certifying the instructors, certifying the organizations who are teaching instructors who will be teaching, and fourth, train the trainers teaching, accreditation or certification. Compliance of the programs, compliance with the current regulations and recommendations of the Ministry of Health is one of the main criteria. So for such organizations, SHE trainings, we will provide the list of requirements in terms of compliance with legal requirements and SHE content. Separately, I'd like to talk about the protocols of first aid. Within this new law that will come into effect on March the 1st, 2024, there will be, right now, the Ministry of Health already shared the document on their website. They would like to postpone its timeline of coming into effect, so it will probably come into effect in next year, in 1 year. And the new protocols on orders of providing first aid will be in effect a little later. So the conclusions are there needs to be an order that is developed and approved for specifically remote objects. There needs to be a manual that needs to be developed for SHE, and that should be include the first aid. The list and the requirements of first aid kits for remote locations also needs to be reviewed and specified for industrial remote objects. And one more point is to provide the quality of training by organizing this accreditation or certification for the organizations that are teaching first aid and teaching to teach first aid. Please feel free to use our websites. First one is everything about first aid, our website of Russian Society of First Aid. You can become a member of our society. We have a group in social networks, VK, and that's my Telegram channel, channel in Telegram called The Right of First Aid, and I publish a lot of materials there about legal regulations. Thank you for your attention. Happy to answer your questions. Thank you, Alina. Any questions from the audience? That's a great chance to ask a lawyer. A lawyer is in front of you, so you can ask some questions. Of course, I do have a question to you, Alina. No. So, Alina, we have touched upon this issue already, and we would like to have it on camera again. So, what is going on with automatic external defibrillators as per law? You were talking about Article 31. Will that also be included in this new law? It's medical. We might be able not to see this type of defibrillator ever again. Will our people be able to use it and be ready to use automatic external defibrillators? So as of April this year, there has been a new redaction of Article 31 that, as I already shared, might come into effect either March or September next year, depending on whether it will be approved by the Ministry of Health. And this article presupposes the ways of providing and delivering first aid depending on the person, and quite possibly that the Ministry of Health will include automatic external defibrillators. We don't know yet, but currently they are not legal. External defibrillators are still not legal, but we might be expecting to get them back next year. We want to believe that that will happen, and I've been telling everyone that this automatic defibrillator save life. You don't have to be afraid. They do save life. Of course, we want to have it as a legal way to do it. Right now, it's not exactly within the legal field. We have a question to Alina from our web chat. The certificate of instructor of the National Council, does it really give you a chance or right to teach SHE trainings? Is it additional training certificates to train first aid within SHE? You have to have a certificate or document of additional education, additional professional training or professional education that was issued by a licensed organizations. I'm not sure whether the National Resuscitation Council is licensed. I'm not sure, but we have to check that. If you check it and if it does has a license, then yes, you can teach. Over here, I think I might be of help. I can add to your question. We do have a chance not only to teach, we do have a license to train first aid, and we can train the first aid trainers. So for additional educations, we are a good choice. For cardiovascular reanimation or CPR, it's not everything. For that, you have to an advanced training. But our training center invites you if you want to. If you have a wish, desire, you are welcome to join us for your training. Any more questions in the web chat or anywhere else? All right, so we move forward, and right now, dear colleagues, the next speaker is from our international colleague. So if you need any translation, please take your headsets. Any questions that you will be asking, you might ask in Russian. You can ask in Russian, and Anton will be getting his translation. Anton, we're happy to welcome you here, and it is with great joy that I give the floor to Anton Posavets. Anton Posavets is an ITLS instructor, and he's the head of the Emergency Training Center at the University Medical Center in Ljubljana. His report is about how to ensure staff training of continuous in pre-hospital care. Уважаемые дамы и господа, уважаемые друзья, я очень рад быть здесь сегодня с вами.
Before I will start my lecture, I would like to declare that I have no financial relationship to disclose in connection with my lecture. As you can see from program, I would like to talk about continuing education. Continuing education is a very important thing. We all know that because development of medicine, development of technique, generally development request us to follow new things. But sometimes we can meet problems connected with this development. Because I'm based on my experience that I can put people that work in emergency medical system in 3 different groups. First group are enthusiasts. We all like that group of people because they are aware of importance of education. They always do more than needs to do, and they are promoters of development. We need these people. Maybe sometimes we have problems because some of them become a little bit hyperactive. In that case, we need to a little bit break them down, and everything will be okay. Next, second group are, I say them, good soldiers. They do only things they are ordered to do, not less, not more. So they are without any initiative to do something by themselves, and they all the time need instructions, and they will follow instructions, actually. The third group are ghosts. Why ghosts? Because they try to hide all the time. They don't like education, and they think that their professional attitude, their professional work is excellent. That could be danger sometimes. And in fact, they would like to be like that up to the retirement. That people, as I said, could be sometimes dangerous, so take care of them. How can we solve that problem? Solutions are very different. One solution that our Slovenia state chose was also connected with legislation. Our state adopted a regulation on emergency medical service, and that regulation introduced two things. First thing, that all employers have to enable education for people that work in emergency medical system at least once a year. Why? This is very important, because you have also some employers that they don't like to send people for education, because education, we know, it costs. Okay. The second thing, that is the point of my lecture, they introduce also checks of knowledge and skills every 5 years for all people that work in emergency medical system. We know that kind of checks all over the developed world, maybe connected with some licenses, etc. Of course, there was a national tender, and our educational and training center was that one who provide that checks of knowledge and skills of that people. We have to check all levels of employees that work in emergency medical system. So I think about doctors, registered nurses, and emergency medical technicians. Physicians, doctors who are specialists of, doctors who are specialists of emergency medicine, they don't need to enter that kind of check because they have arranged that through the medical chamber of Slovenia. So in this case, I talk about doctors, general practitioners, and specialists of emergency family medicine, that are involved in emergency system in our state. They can enter that checks on two ways. The first way is that they submit some certificates that confirm that they have that knowledge. I think certificates of intensive courses like ITLS course, Advanced Life Support course, major incident course, urgent ultrasound course, etc. That areas have to be covered with that certificates. In that case, they don't need to come in front of commission to prove their knowledge. But the second way how to prove their knowledge and skills is classical with exam. But if they are missing one of these areas, they don't take entire exam classically, but only the part that is missing. So part of this check they can cover with certificates, and other part can be classically checked by commission. If they approach classically to this evaluation, they first have a written exam, consists of 150 questions. Of course, they don't write on paper. They have electronic check with iPad tablets. And if they pass that first part, they approach to the practical exam. Practical exams is approach to 3 scenarios. They have to solve 3 different scenarios on different fields of real life they can meet on the field. And that is how we check the doctors. Next group are registered nurses. They always have to approach classically to the exam. So they have to first complete a written exam, consists of 200 questions. And if they do that successfully, they can approach to the practical exam, 2 scenarios, 2 different situations from real life that have to be solved by them. And the last group are medical technicians. That is the last level in our emergency medicine. They also approach always classically. And they have first 100 questions, and then if they complete that successfully, they have only 1 scenario. If they are successful, of course, they get certificate valid for next 5 years. And they have to be checked every 5 years. Of course, we are not a big state, so I won't impress you with numbers. We had up to now 40 checks, and we started on September 2017. And COVID also did a lot of shade on that project, as all over the world. And 532 candidates enter in that process. That is quite a big number for Slovenia, and that process is not finished. That is continuing thing that will stay all the time. What I will say at the end, of course, there is really a lot of paperwork connected with this checks, state bureaucracy requests that, but I can say that it is worth it. Why? Because we didn't make any research on that field, but anyway, I can say that based on feedback from the field, that knowledge and skills of our teams increased, and there are not so many complaints from the patients as before. That is also a clear sign that the situation is much better than before, and so we can say that we have reached the goal we wanted with this process. So thank you. I will be glad to answer your questions.
Dear colleagues, does anyone have any questions? do we have any questions in our web chat? Of course, I have a question. Anton, you told us about different courses that have testing systems after the courses are, for example, finished. Do you have certain systems where you evaluate initial level of knowledge? Pre-testing. Do you have any pre-testing before you start courses? We know that for some trainings there is this pre-testing. I don't know whether it's effective or not myself, but the initial level of knowledge, the pre-course level of knowledge might be completely different. Do you think there is some kind of strict requirement about that? Do you have pre-testing? Do you evaluate? Do you think it might be helpful? How do you work with that?
Thank you, Daniel. In that process of evaluation based on state legislation, there is no entering tests. But I said to you, as you could hear before, that we also recognize certificates of intensive courses are like ITLS course, Advanced Life Support course, European Pediatric Life Support course, etc., etc. And all that serious courses have pre-tests. And but they are not so strict as real tests. But if you know, you can easily get information about your knowledge before the educational process.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо.
Спасибо.
Colleagues, do you have any other questions in our web chat? No? To continue our sections, we have another question that was that we received during one of our speakers was delivering their presentation. It's a question to Helena. Oh no, to Oksana. Sorry, then the person who asked the question is Helena. Colleagues, thank you for this interesting conference. The question is as follows. If we have persons from different cities, how do you provide practical hands-on training? You can choose any of the tasks, Moscow, St. Petersburg, and Tomsk. In our case, you can select any of the cities. We had only students from 3 of those cities, but in general, prospectively, the background theoretical part can be done online, but then you have to come to one of these 3 cities to get your physical training or hands-on training. That makes sense. There is logic in the question and in the answer. So if your colleagues would like to study online, but then of course you don't only want no one wants to have it only online. You want to have live interaction with your instructor, with your trainer, and receiving the right knowledge. So please pick wisely. We encourage you to pick wisely. We have still a little bit of time left. We did a great job with our timing, with our schedule. If there are any more standing open questions, we are ready to answer. Do you have any more questions? Since there are no more questions, we thank you for your attention. It was a great section. We talked about first aid, we talked about remote locations and learned some of the international experience from our colleagues from other parts of the world, and also from the experience of our colleagues in Russia. So there was a valuable experience of Anton Pasovets. We talked about the training We learned a lot about training and how important it is to be incorporated in some principles of our courses. We will be happy if you stay with us. We are looking towards the one of the most expected parts of our conference, which is lunch. After lunch, we would like you to come back about the next section, about the evacuation, sanitary aviation and medical evacuation. At 1 o'clock Tomsk's time, please come back. Now, bon appetit.
обеспечивает такие авиации в случае беды. Наша глобальная миссия – продление производственного долголетия, сохранение здоровья и качества жизни рабочего населения России. Трудовая оборона – это созданное нами уникальное издание про медицину, жизнь и здоровье людей на отдаленных промышленных объектах. В нем мы публикуем материалы, которые помогут принимать решения о здоровье и благополучии сотрудников, работающих в особенных климатических условиях или вдали от крупных медицинских центров. Главная цель проекта – помогать профессионалам развиваться и расти, чтобы впоследствии улучшить качество жизни миллионов людей, работающих на вахтах и в сложных условиях. В материалах издания мы показываем, что заниматься медициной на удаленных объектах престижно и важно. Мы рассказываем о том, как эта работа меняет жизни людей. Мы объединяем в сообществе трудовой обороны всех, для кого интересна отрасль удаленного здравоохранения. Результат нашей работы будет заметен в масштабе отрасли по прошествии определенного времени. Невозможно быстро изменить законодательство в сфере удаленного здравоохранения или убедить работодателей вкладывать больше средств в здоровье и благополучие сотрудников. Однако уже сегодня нам удалось собрать в сообществе проекта «Трудовая оборона» неравнодушных профессионалов, для которых жизнь и здоровье людей на удаленных промышленных объектах не просто статистические показатели, а основная ценность.
В 7:58 в медпункт Центра корпоративной медицины поступил звонок. На промышленном объекте в поселке Белокаменка Мурманской области мужчина без сознания. Причины состояния неизвестны. Через 2 минуты фельдшеры были рядом с пострадавшим. С собой дефибриллятор, кардиограф и укладка со всем необходимым для экстренной помощи. Первичный осмотр показал признаки остановки сердца. Медики немедленно приступили к реанимационным действиям, жизнь человека спасли. С такими ситуациями группа компаний «Центр корпоративной медицины» сталкивается ежедневно. ЦКМ сегодня – это 15 компаний и более 1000 медицинских работников, обеспечивающих охрану здоровья коллективов стратегических предприятий в 21 регионе России и 4 зарубежных странах. От того, как устроена медицинская система на промышленном удаленном объекте, от уровня подготовки специалистов к оказанию неотложной помощи в экстренных ситуациях зависит будущее значимых объектов страны. Например, магистральных газопроводов, заводов по сжижению газа, ключевых месторождений по добыче нефти и газа в самых отдаленных местах в Арктике и на шельфе.
Для того, чтобы снизить риски для здоровья сотрудников и связанные с ними расходы предприятия, мы на протяжении 17 лет строили эффективную систему медицинского сопровождения.
Сегодня инфраструктура ЦКМ включает 3 клиники, 6 симуляционных учебных центров, телемедицинский ассистенс-центр, аптечный склад, собственный автопарк, фабрику по пошиву одежды для профессиональных работ. Вне зависимости от географической удаленности предприятия, Центр корпоративной медицины выстраивает необходимую инфраструктуру для оказания плановой и экстренной медицинской помощи на объектах. Даже в самых сложных климатических условиях и на географически удаленных объектах наши сотрудники оказывают экстренную медицинскую помощь без потери времени. Более 200 медпунктов на объектах от Камчатского края до районов Крайнего Севера и Арктики оборудованы всем необходимым. Аппараты ЭКГ, УЗИ, лекарственные препараты доставляются на места самолетами, вертолетами, автомобилями. Медикаменты в специальных контейнерах для транспортировки поступают с собственного аптечного склада. Это гарантирует быструю и бесперебойную доставку. Грамотно выстроенная логистика ЦКМ позволяет довести все необходимое на любой объект. Сотрудники промышленных предприятий до прибытия в отдаленный регион проходят медосмотры. Но от чрезвычайных ситуаций не застрахован никто. Поэтому каждый здравпункт на объектах оборудован каналами связи, которые соединяют медицинского сотрудника в случае ЧП с ассистанс-центром. Ассистанс-центр помогает в сопровождении эвакуаций и отвечает за коммуникацию со всеми участниками происшествия, поликлиниками, региональными центрами медицины катастроф, необходимыми службами региона и заказчика. В экстренных случаях при необходимости скорейшего стационарного лечения ЦКМ организует медицинские эвакуации, используя вертолеты с медицинской бригадой, медикаментозным обеспечением и круглосуточным контролем состояния пострадавшего. Кроме того, ассистанс-центр позволяет врачам на удаленных объектах получать консультации узких специалистов. Также центр занимается медицинским сопровождением морских судов и платформ, на которых нет медицинских работников. Обучение – особая гордость нашей компании. Мы не просто находим и обучаем людей. Мы формируем медицинских специалистов, которые могут профессионально работать на удаленных промышленных объектах. Специалисты Центра корпоративной медицины обучаются по современным протоколам экстренной догоспитальной помощи в наших собственных учебных центрах. Наши инструкторы и симуляционное оборудование позволяют подготовить человека к проведению базовой или расширенной реанимации и оказанию помощи при политравмах. Запущенная нами программа профессиональной подготовки специалистов на базе опорных вузов России комплексно готовит врачей к работе вдалеке от городских центров. Она включает обучение экстренной догоспитальной помощи, гигиене, телемедицине, фармацевтике и санитарно-эпидемиологическому благополучию. Мы не просто учим медицинских специалистов работать в удаленных регионах. Мы формируем национальные стандарты.
Миссия Центра корпоративной медицины – сохранение жизни, здоровья, профессионального долголетия работающего населения. Мы поддерживаем ключевые отрасли развития – промышленность, нефтегазодобычу, горнодобычу, а также морские проекты. Для этого каждый день сотни специалистов нашей компании с полной самоотдачей служат народу страны. Мы искренне верим в необходимость и важность нашего дела. Поэтому почти 20 лет работаем над развитием удаленного здравоохранения в России. За это время мы создали не только эффективный бизнес, но и инвестировали много средств для развития самого рынка. Мы поддерживаем профессиональную независимую ассоциацию «Инотздрав», проводим международную конференцию по удаленному здравоохранению, выпускаем профессиональное издание «Трудовая оборона», создали МИС для работы на удаленных объектах, а также аппарат ESMA CCM-ЧЕП. Этого всего не произошло бы без нашей искренней любви к тому, что мы делаем. Верю, впереди у нас еще много достижений.
На предприятиях, расположенных вдали от цивилизации, работают люди, которым тоже хочется быть здоровыми, а в случае опасности для жизни – спасенными. Центр корпоративной медицины обеспечивает такие предприятия медицинской службы любого формата, от медпункта до санитарной авиации в случае беды. Наша глобальная миссия – продление производственного долголетия, сохранение здоровья и качества жизни рабочего населения России. Трудовая оборона – это созданное нами уникальное издание про медицину, жизнь и здоровье людей на отдаленных промышленных объектах. В нем мы публикуем материалы, которые помогут принимать решения о здоровье и благополучии сотрудников, работающих в особенных климатических условиях или вдали от крупных медицинских центров. Главная цель проекта – помогать профессионалам развиваться и расти, чтобы впоследствии улучшить качество жизни миллионов людей, работающих на вахтах и в сложных условиях. В материалах издания мы показываем, что заниматься медициной на удаленных объектах престижно и важно. Мы рассказываем о том, как эта работа меняет жизни людей. Мы объединяем в сообществе трудовой обороны всех, для кого интересна отрасль удаленного здравоохранения. Результат нашей работы будет заметен в масштабе отрасли по прошествии определенного времени. Невозможно быстро изменить законодательство в сфере удаленного здравоохранения или убедить работодателей вкладывать больше средств в здоровье и благополучие сотрудников. Однако уже сегодня нам удалось собрать в сообществе проекта «Трудовая оборона» неравнодушных профессионалов, для которых жизнь и здоровье людей на удаленных промышленных объектах не просто статистические показатели, а основная ценность.
В 7:58 в медпункт Центра корпоративной медицины поступил звонок. На промышленном объекте в поселке Белокаменка Мурманской области мужчина без сознания. Причины состояния неизвестны. Через 2 минуты фельдшеры были рядом с пострадавшим. С собой дефибриллятор, кардиограф и укладка со всем необходимым для экстренной помощи. Первичный осмотр показал признаки остановки сердца. Медики немедленно приступили к реанимационным действиям. Жизнь человека спасли. С такими ситуациями группа компаний «Центр корпоративной медицины» сталкивается ежедневно. ЦКМ сегодня – это 15 компаний и более 1000 медицинских работников, обеспечивающих охрану здоровья коллективов стратегических предприятий в 21 регионе России и 4 зарубежных странах. От того, как устроена медицинская система на промышленном удаленном объекте, от уровня подготовки специалистов к оказанию неотложной помощи в экстренных ситуациях зависит.
1, 2, 3, Дашка, прием, как сама вообще, как там пацаны, как дети, что-нибудь еще говорю, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, еще могу вот так, и вот так, еще типа панам на голову, панам на голову, нигера голову на головы говори. Вы говорите тогда в оригинале, попробуйте вы говорите на ритм прибитый, поморите при этом любителя этого трека, стритового бита-дебильного бэка припевов, пару куплетов. Чё еще? Вы...
Места самолетами, вертолетами, автомобилями. Медикаменты в специальных контейнерах для транспортировки поступают с собственного аптечного склада. Это гарантирует быструю и бесперебойную доставку. Грамотно выстроенная логистика ЦКМ позволяет довести все необходимое на любой объект. Сотрудники промышленных предприятий до прибытия в отдаленный регион проходят медосмотры. Но от чрезвычайных ситуаций не застрахован никто. Поэтому каждый здравпункт на объектах оборудован каналами связи, которые соединяют медицинского сотрудника в случае ЧП с ассистанс-центром. Ассистанс-центр помогает в сопровождении эвакуаций и отвечает за коммуникацию со всеми участниками происшествия, поликлиниками, региональными центрами медицины катастроф, необходимыми службами региона и заказчика. В экстренных случаях при необходимости скорейшего стационарного лечения ЦКМ организует медицинские эвакуации, используя вертолеты с медицинской бригадой, медикаментозным обеспечением и круглосуточным контролем состояния пострадавшего. Кроме того, ассистанс-центр позволяет врачам на удаленных объектах получать консультации узких специалистов. Также центр занимается медицинским сопровождением морских судов и платформ, на которых нет медицинских работников. Обучение – особая гордость нашей компании. Мы не просто находим и обучаем людей. Мы формируем медицинских специалистов, которые могут профессионально работать на удаленных промышленных объектах. Специалисты Центра корпоративной медицины обучаются по современным протоколам экстренной догоспитальной помощи в наших собственных учебных центрах. Наши инструкторы и симуляционное оборудование позволяют подготовить человека к проведению базовой или расширенной реанимации и оказанию помощи при политравмах. Запущенная нами программа профессиональной подготовки специалистов на базе опорных вузов России комплексно готовит врачей к работе вдалеке от городских центров. Она включает обучение экстренной догоспитальной помощи, гигиене, телемедицине, фармацевтике и санитарно-эпидемиологическому благополучию. Мы не просто учим медицинских специалистов работать в удаленных регионах. Мы формируем национальные стандарты.
Миссия Центра корпоративной медицины – сохранение жизни, здоровья, профессионального долголетия работающего населения. Мы поддерживаем ключевые отрасли развития – промышленность, нефтегазодобычу, горнодобычу, а также морские проекты. Для этого каждый день сотни специалистов нашей компании с полной самоотдачей служат народу страны. Мы искренне верим в необходимость и важность нашего дела. Поэтому почти 20 лет работаем над развитием удаленного здравоохранения в России. За это время мы создали не только эффективный бизнес, но и инвестировали много средств для развития самого рынка. Мы поддерживаем профессиональную независимую ассоциацию «Инотздрав», проводим международную конференцию по удаленному здравоохранению, выпускаем профессиональное издание «Трудовая оборона», создали МИС для работы на удаленных объектах, а также аппарат ЭСМО CCM-ЧЕП. Этого всего не произошло бы без нашей искренней любви к тому, что мы делаем. Верю, впереди у нас еще много достижений.
На предприятиях, расположенных вдали от цивилизации, работают люди, которым тоже хочется быть здоровыми, а в случае опасности для жизни – спасенными. Центр корпоративной медицины обеспечивает такие предприятия медицинской службы любого формата, от медпункта до санитарной авиации в случае беды. Наша глобальная миссия – продление производственного долголетия, сохранение здоровья и качества жизни рабочего населения России. Трудовая оборона – это созданное нами уникальное издание про медицину, жизнь и здоровье людей на отдаленных промышленных объектах. В нем мы публикуем материалы, которые помогут принимать решения о здоровье и благополучии сотрудников, работающих в особенных климатических условиях или вдали от крупных медицинских центров. Главная цель проекта – помогать профессионалам развиваться и расти, чтобы впоследствии улучшить качество жизни миллионов людей, работающих на вахтах и в сложных условиях. В материалах издания мы показываем, что заниматься медициной на удаленных объектах престижно и важно. Мы рассказываем о том, как эта работа меняет жизни людей. Мы объединяем в сообществе трудовой обороны всех, для кого интересна отрасль удаленного здравоохранения. Результат нашей работы будет заметен в масштабе отрасли по прошествии определенного времени. Невозможно быстро изменить законодательство в сфере удаленного здравоохранения или убедить работодателей вкладывать больше средств в здоровье и благополучие сотрудников. Однако уже сегодня нам удалось собрать в сообществе проекта «Трудовая оборона» неравнодушных профессионалов, для которых жизнь и здоровье людей на удаленных промышленных объектах не просто статистические показатели, а основная ценность.
В 7:58 в медпункт Центра корпоративной медицины поступил звонок. На промышленном объекте в поселке Белокаменка Мурманской области мужчина без сознания. Причины состояния неизвестны. Через 2 минуты фельдшеры были рядом с пострадавшим. С собой дефибриллятор, кардиограф и укладка со всем необходимым для экстренной помощи. Первичный осмотр показал признаки остановки сердца. Медики немедленно приступили к реанимационным действиям. Жизнь человека спасли. С такими ситуациями группа компаний «Центр корпоративной медицины» сталкивается ежедневно. ЦКМ сегодня – это 15 компаний и более 1000 медицинских работников, обеспечивающих охрану здоровья коллективов стратегических предприятий в 21 регионе России и 4 зарубежных странах. От того, как устроена медицинская система на промышленном удаленном объекте, от уровня подготовки специалистов к оказанию неотложной помощи в экстренных ситуациях, зависит будущее значимых объектов страны. Например, магистральных газопроводов, заводов по сжижению газа, ключевых месторождений по добыче нефти и газа в самых отдаленных местах в Арктике и на шельфе.
Для того, чтобы снизить риски для здоровья сотрудников и связанные с ними расходы предприятия, мы на протяжении 17 лет строили эффективную систему медицинского сопровождения.
Сегодня инфраструктура ЦКМ включает 3 клиники, 6 симуляционных учебных центров, телемедицинский ассистенс-центр, аптечный склад, собственный автопарк, фабрику по пошиву одежды для профессиональных работ. Вне зависимости от географической удаленности предприятия, Центр корпоративной медицины выстраивает необходимую инфраструктуру для оказания плановой и экстренной медицинской помощи на объектах. Даже в самых сложных климатических условиях и на географически удаленных объектах наши сотрудники оказывают экстренную медицинскую помощь без потери времени. Более 200 медпунктов на объектах от Камчатского края до районов Крайнего Севера и Арктики оборудованы всем необходимым. Аппараты ЭКГ, УЗИ, лекарственные препараты доставляются на места самолетами, вертолетами, автомобилями. Медикаменты в специальных контейнерах для транспортировки поступают с собственного аптечного склада. Это гарантирует быструю и бесперебойную доставку. Грамотно выстроенная логистика ЦКМ позволяет довести все необходимое на любой объект. Сотрудники промышленных предприятий до прибытия в отдаленный регион проходят медосмотры. Но от чрезвычайных ситуаций не застрахован никто. Поэтому каждый здравпункт на объектах оборудован каналами связи, которые соединяют медицинского сотрудника в случае ЧП с ассистанс-центром. Ассистанс-центр помогает в сопровождении эвакуаций и отвечает за коммуникацию со всеми участниками происшествия, поликлиниками, региональными центрами медицины катастроф, необходимыми службами региона и заказчика. В экстренных случаях при необходимости скорейшего стационарного лечения ЦКМ организует медицинские эвакуации, используя вертолеты с медицинской бригадой, медикаментозным обеспечением и круглосуточным контролем состояния пострадавшего. Кроме того, ассистанс-центр позволяет врачам на удаленных объектах получать консультации узких специалистов. Также центр занимается медицинским сопровождением морских судов и платформ, на которых нет медицинских работников. Обучение – особая гордость нашей компании. Мы не просто находим и обучаем людей. Мы формируем медицинских специалистов, которые могут профессионально работать на удаленных промышленных объектах. Специалисты Центра корпоративной медицины обучаются по современным протоколам экстренной догоспитальной помощи в наших собственных учебных центрах. Наши инструкторы и симуляционное оборудование позволяют подготовить человека к проведению базовой или расширенной реанимации и оказанию помощи при политравмах. Запущенная нами программа профессиональной подготовки специалистов на базе опорных вузов России комплексно готовит врачей к работе вдалеке от городских центров. Она включает обучение экстренной догоспитальной помощи, гигиене, телемедицине, фармацевтике и санитарно-эпидемиологическому благополучию. Мы не просто учим медицинских специалистов работать в удаленных регионах. Мы формируем национальные стандарты.
Миссия Центра корпоративной медицины – сохранение жизни, здоровья, профессионального долголетия работающего населения. Мы поддерживаем ключевые отрасли развития – промышленность, нефтегазодобычу, горнодобычу, а также морские проекты. Для этого каждый день сотни специалистов нашей компании с полной самоотдачей служат народу страны. Мы искренне верим в необходимость и важность нашего дела. Поэтому почти 20 лет работаем над развитием удаленного здравоохранения в России. За это время мы создали не только эффективный бизнес, но и инвестировали много средств для развития самого рынка. Мы поддерживаем профессиональную независимую ассоциацию «Инотздрав», проводим международную конференцию по удаленному здравоохранению, выпускаем профессиональное издание «Трудовая оборона», создали МИС для работы на удаленных объектах, а также аппарат ЭСМА CCM-ЧЕК. Этого всего не произошло бы без нашей искренней любви к тому, что мы делаем. Верю, впереди у нас еще много достижений.
На предприятиях, расположенных вдали от цивилизации, работают люди, которым тоже хочется быть здоровыми, а в случае опасности для жизни – спасенными. Центр корпоративной медицины обеспечивает такие предприятия медицинской службы любого формата, от медпункта до санитарной авиации в случае беды. Наша глобальная миссия – продление производственного долголетия, сохранение здоровья и качества жизни рабочего населения России. Трудовая оборона – это созданное нами уникальное издание про медицину, жизнь и здоровье людей на отдаленных промышленных объектах. В нем мы публикуем материалы, которые помогут принимать решения о здоровье и благополучии сотрудников, работающих в особенных климатических условиях или вдали от крупных медицинских центров. Главная цель проекта – помогать профессионалам развиваться и расти, чтобы впоследствии улучшить качество жизни миллионов людей, работающих на вахтах и в сложных условиях. В материалах издания мы показываем, что заниматься медициной на удаленных объектах престижно и важно. Мы рассказываем о том, как эта работа меняет жизни людей. Мы объединяем в сообществе трудовой обороны всех, для кого интересна отрасль удаленного здравоохранения. Результат нашей работы будет заметен в масштабе отрасли по прошествии определенного времени. Невозможно быстро изменить законодательство в сфере удаленного здравоохранения или убедить работодателей вкладывать больше средств в здоровье и благополучие сотрудников. Однако уже сегодня нам удалось собрать в сообществе проекта «Трудовая оборона» неравнодушных профессионалов, для которых жизнь и здоровье людей на удаленных промышленных объектах не просто статистические показатели, а основная ценность.
В 7:58 в медпункт Центра корпоративной медицины поступил звонок. На промышленном объекте в поселке Белокаменка Мурманской области мужчина без сознания. Причины состояния неизвестны. Через 2 минуты фельдшеры были рядом с пострадавшим. С собой дефибриллятор, кардиограф и укладка со всем необходимым для экстренной помощи. Первичный осмотр показал медицины поступил звонок. На промышленном объекте в поселке Белокаменка Мурманской области мужчина без сознания. Причины состояния неизвестны. Через 2 минуты фельдшеры были рядом с пострадавшим. С собой дефибриллятор, кардиограф и укладка со всем необходимым для экстренной помощи. Первичный осмотр показал признаки остановки сердца. Медики немедленно приступили к реанимационным действиям. Жизнь человека спасли. С такими ситуациями группа компаний «Центр корпоративной медицины» сталкивается ежедневно. ЦКМ сегодня – это 15 компаний и более 1000 медицинских работников, обеспечивающих охрану здоровья коллективов стратегических предприятий в 21 регионе России и 4 зарубежных странах. От того, как устроена медицинская система на промышленном удаленном объекте, от уровня подготовки специалистов к оказанию неотложной помощи в экстренных ситуациях зависит будущее значимых объектов страны. Например, магистральных газопроводов, заводов по сжижению газа, ключевых месторождений по добыче нефти и газа в самых отдаленных местах в Арктике и на шельфе.
Для того, чтобы снизить риски для здоровья сотрудников и связанные с ними расходы предприятия, мы на протяжении 17 лет строили эффективную систему медицинского сопровождения.
Сегодня инфраструктура ЦКМ включает 3 клиники, 6 симуляционных учебных центров, телемедицинский ассистенс-центр, аптечный склад, собственный автопарк, фабрику по пошиву одежды для профессиональных работ. Вне зависимости от географической удаленности предприятия, Центр корпоративной медицины выстраивает необходимую инфраструктуру для оказания плановой и экстренной медицинской помощи на объектах. Даже в самых сложных климатических условиях и на географически удаленных объектах наши сотрудники оказывают экстренную медицинскую помощь без потери времени. Более 200 медпунктов на объектах от Камчатского края до районов Крайнего Севера и Арктики оборудованы всем необходимым. Аппараты ЭКГ, УЗИ, лекарственные препараты доставляются на места самолетами, вертолетами, автомобилями. Медикаменты в специальных контейнерах для транспортировки поступают с собственного аптечного склада. Это гарантирует быструю и бесперебойную доставку. Грамотно выстроенная логистика ЦКМ позволяет довести все необходимое на любой объект. Сотрудники промышленных предприятий до прибытия в отдаленный регион проходят медосмотры. Но от чрезвычайных ситуаций не застрахован никто. Поэтому каждый здравпункт на объектах оборудован каналами связи, которые соединяют медицинского сотрудника в случае ЧП с ассистенс-центром. Ассистенс-центр помогает в сопровождении эвакуаций и отвечает за коммуникацию со всеми участниками происшествия, поликлиниками, региональными центрами медицины катастроф, необходимыми службами региона и заказчика. В экстренных случаях при необходимости скорейшего стационарного лечения ЦКМ организует медицинские эвакуации, используя вертолеты с медицинской бригадой, медикаментозным обеспечением и круглосуточным контролем состояния пострадавшего. Кроме того, ассистенс-центр позволяет врачам на удаленных объектах получать консультации узких специалистов. Также центр занимается медицинским сопровождением морских судов и платформ, на которых нет медицинских работников. Обучение – особая гордость нашей компании. Мы не просто находим и обучаем людей. Мы формируем медицинских специалистов, которые могут профессионально работать на удаленных промышленных объектах. Специалисты Центра корпоративной медицины обучаются по современным протоколам экстренной догоспитальной помощи в наших собственных учебных центрах. Наши инструкторы и симуляционное оборудование позволяют подготовить человека к проведению базовой или расширенной реанимации и оказанию помощи при политравмах. Запущенная нами программа профессиональной подготовки специалистов на базе опорных вузов России комплексно готовит врачей к работе вдалеке от городских центров. Она включает обучение экстренной догоспитальной помощи, гигиене, телемедицине, фармацевтике и санитарно-эпидемиологическому благополучию. Мы не просто учим медицинских специалистов работать в удаленных регионах. Мы формируем национальные стандарты.
Миссия Центра корпоративной медицины – сохранение жизни, здоровья, профессионального долголетия работающего населения. Мы поддерживаем ключевые отрасли развития: промышленность, нефтегазодобычу, горнодобычу, а также морские проекты. Для этого каждый день сотни специалистов нашей компании с полной самоотдачей служат народу страны. Мы искренне верим в необходимость и важность нашего дела. Поэтому почти 20 лет работаем над развитием удаленного здравоохранения в России. За это время мы создали не только эффективный бизнес, но и инвестировали много средств для развития самого рынка. Мы поддерживаем профессиональную независимую ассоциацию «Инотздрав», проводим международную конференцию по удаленному здравоохранению, выпускаем профессиональное издание «Трудовая оборона», создали МИС для работы на удаленных объектах, а также аппарат ESMA CCM-чек. Этого всего не произошло бы без нашей искренней любви к тому, что мы делаем. Верю, впереди у нас еще много достижений.
На предприятиях, расположенных вдали от цивилизации, работают люди, которым тоже хочется быть здоровыми, а в случае опасности для жизни – спасенными. Центр корпоративной медицины обеспечивает такие предприятия медицинской службы любого формата, от медпункта до санитарной авиации в случае беды. Наша глобальная миссия – продление производственного долголетия, сохранение здоровья и качества жизни рабочего населения России. Трудовая оборона – это созданное нами уникальное издание про медицину, жизнь и здоровье людей на отдаленных промышленных объектах. В нем мы публикуем материалы, которые помогут принимать решения о здоровье и благополучии сотрудников, работающих в особенных климатических условиях или вдали от крупных медицинских центров. Главная цель проекта – помогать профессионалам развиваться и расти, чтобы впоследствии улучшить качество жизни миллионов людей, работающих на вахтах и в сложных условиях. В материалах издания мы показываем, что заниматься медициной на удаленных объектах престижно и важно. Мы рассказываем о том, как эта работа меняет жизни людей. Мы объединяем в сообществе трудовой обороны всех, для кого интересна отрасль удаленного здравоохранения. Результат нашей работы будет заметен в масштабе отрасли по прошествии определенного времени. Невозможно быстро изменить законодательство в сфере удаленного здравоохранения или убедить работодателей вкладывать больше средств в здоровье и благополучие сотрудников. Однако уже сегодня нам удалось собрать в сообществе проекта «Трудовая оборона» неравнодушных профессионалов, для которых жизнь и здоровье людей на удаленных промышленных объектах не просто статистические показатели, а основная ценность.
В 7:50
Это я говорю целевой язык. Мне надо говорить на английский, например, я говорю на английский.
в промышленном объекте в поселке Белокаменка Мурманской области мужчина без сознания. Причины состояния неизвестны. Через 2 минуты фельдшеры были рядом с пострадавшим. С собой дефибриллятор, кардиограф и укладка со всем необходимым для экстренной помощи. Первичный осмотр показал признаки остановки сердца. Медики немедленно приступили к реанимационным действиям. Жизнь человека спасли. С такими ситуациями группа компаний «Центр корпоративной медицины» учебных центров, телемедицинский ассистенс-центр, аптечный склад, собственный автопарк, фабрику по пошиву одежды для профессиональных работ. Вне зависимости от географической удаленности предприятия, Центр корпоративной медицины выстраивает необходимую инфраструктуру для оказания плановой и экстренной медицинской помощи на объектах. Даже в самых сложных климатических условиях и на географически удаленных объектах наши сотрудники оказывают экстренную медицинскую помощь без потери времени. Более 200 медпунктов на объектах от Камчатского края до районов Крайнего Севера и Арктики оборудованы всем необходимым. Аппараты ЭКГ, УЗИ, лекарственные препараты доставляются на места самолетами, вертолетами, автомобилями. Медикаменты в специальных контейнерах для транспортировки поступают с собственного аптечного склада. Это гарантирует быструю и бесперебойную доставку. Грамотно выстроенная логистика ЦКМ позволяет довести все необходимое на любой объект. Сотрудники промышленных предприятий до прибытия в отдаленный регион проходят медосмотры. Но от чрезвычайных ситуаций не застрахован никто. Поэтому каждый здравпункт на объектах оборудован каналами связи, которые соединяют медицинского сотрудника в случае ЧП с ассистенс-центром. Ассистенс-центр помогает в сопровождении эвакуации и отвечает за коммуникацию со всеми участниками происшествия, поликлиниками, региональными центрами медицины катастроф, необходимыми службами региона и заказчика. В экстренных случаях при необходимости скорейшего стационарного лечения ЦКМ организует медицинские эвакуации, используя вертолеты с медицинской бригадой, медикаментозным обеспечением и круглосуточным контролем состояния пострадавшего. Кроме того, ассистенс-центр позволяет врачам на удаленных объектах получать консультации узких специалистов. Также центр занимается медицинским сопровождением морских судов и платформ, на которых нет медицинских работников. Обучение – особая гордость нашей компании. Мы не просто находим и обучаем людей. Мы формируем медицинских специалистов, которые могут профессионально работать на удаленных промышленных объектах. Специалисты Центра корпоративной медицины обучаются по современным протоколам экстренной догоспитальной помощи в наших собственных учебных центрах. Наши инструкторы и симуляционное оборудование позволяют подготовить человека к проведению базовой или расширенной реанимации и оказанию помощи при политравмах. Запущенная нами программа профессиональной подготовки специалистов на базе опорных вузов России комплексно готовит врачей к работе вдалеке от городских центров. Она включает обучение экстренной догоспитальной помощи, гигиене, телемедицине, фармацевтике и санитарно-эпидемиологическому благополучию. Мы не просто учим медицинских специалистов работать в удаленных регионах. Мы формируем национальные стандарты.
Миссия Центра корпоративной медицины – сохранение жизни, здоровья, профессионального долголетия работающего населения. Мы поддерживаем ключевые отрасли развития – промышленность, нефтегазодобычу, горнодобычу, а также морские проекты. Для этого каждый день сотни специалистов нашей компании с полной самоотдачей служат народу страны. Мы искренне верим в необходимость и важность нашего дела. Поэтому почти 20 лет работаем над развитием удаленного здравоохранения в России. За это время мы создали не только эффективный бизнес, но и инвестировали много средств для развития самого рынка. Мы поддерживаем профессиональную независимую ассоциацию «Инотздрав», проводим международную конференцию по удаленному здравоохранению, выпускаем профессиональное издание «Трудовая оборона», создали МИС для работы на удаленных объектах, а также аппарат ЭСМА CCM-ЧЕП. Этого всего не произошло бы без нашей искренней любви к тому, что мы делаем. верю, впереди у нас еще много достижений.
Начинаем нашу секцию. Небольшая задержка техническая. Долго вас не задержим, надеюсь. Надеюсь, это будет интересно для вас. Мы ждем наших иностранных коллег. Здравствуйте, дорогие коллеги. Я рад всех приветствовать.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Welcome back. Thank you so much for coming. We will start the work of our section in one quick minute. We are waiting for our international colleagues to arrive, so please bear with us. We will start in one short minute.
Санитарной авиации и медицинской эвакуации.
Our section is about sanitary aviation and medical evacuations from remote areas. I'm the moderator here. My name is Yuri Kardakov. I'm a head of sanitary aviation department in CCM. And I'm acting doctor in sanitary aviation, so we will have a chance to look at sanitary aviation and medevac in two ways, from the viewpoint of the customer and from viewpoint of the doctor. And I should tell you that I'm not acting in the interests of any companies. When I'm here, I'm acting as a doctor here. So we have representatives of Slovenia. Our both colleagues are acting specialists at the emergency training center at the University Medical Center. So I will allow myself to start with our first report, which is mine, and I hope to fit the time frame. So we are getting a lot of requests from our customers. We are getting new customers quite often, and we are getting a list of, so to speak, frequently asked questions. And I will now try to make a systematic overview of such most frequent questions. Please, a clicker to switch the slides. Should probably start with the mapping, with the globe of the CCM, of the corporate medicine center. And these are the locations of our health posts or paramedical centers. We are in most of the regions. We also work from Kaliningrad to Vladivostok. To some extent, medical evacuations are being provided from all of those identified points. Mostly it's HEMS. With Central Russia, within 24 hours, a patient might be transported using simple ambulance, motor vehicle. For us, it's not always an option, and helicopter is mostly the solution for difficult situations. We also partner with or collaborate with 24 centers of sanitary aviations. We would like to thank our colleagues with whom we have partnership relationships. Some of them we would like to thank our colleagues, and we hope that we will have fruitful cooperation in the future as well. Let's look at the statistic. Statistics is as follows. Within 2022, we had over 400 flights. In this year, within the 6 months, we had 182 applications or calls for HAMS, and we gave 4. We had to decline in 4 cases. Sometimes we have situations where we are doctors and we decide that there is no particular reason for the HAMS. For 42%, the condition is severe, mostly, and the rest is less severe. About the main reasons for evacuations, it has already been talked about, nothing new. Traumas, acute cerebrovascular accidents, and cardiac syndrome. These are the most lethal and fatal, potential fatal occasions. Of course, there are other diseases and conditions that might lead to lethality, but those are the most important. And poisoning is involved, since it's also one of the main reasons of industrial traumas and injuries, and sometimes from regional cities we don't see as much poisoning as we see from industrial remote objects. So that's general scheme how we work. That's the remote objects, top left. Normally there would be an ambulance motor vehicle, but 1 hour is considered the limit, or 1 hour 10 minutes is the optimal amount of time that we have to spend. Another option, remote objects, ambulance motor vehicle of equipped with special gear to work, to be able to drive where there is not perfect road conditions. And that car either takes a person to in-hospital care, blue line, or to the helicopter pad, and after that the patient is being transported to the airport. So for the patient it's not the most beneficial way, because there has to be normally equipped pad, helicopter pad. From the airport, then we evacuate a person with another motorized ambulance. We can accommodate 6 or at some point 8 patients at one and the same time. Sometimes it's not only evacuation of the injured, or it could be an emergency response. Then it's a different protocol and a different structure. Actions that we take is not something that we invented. We act in accordance with the law. It's the law of the Russian Federation Ministry of Health, number 388. It describes all actions, all reasons for HAMS, all approvals that we need to get, and the processes They are pretty clearly put in this law, and for us it's more or less clear, but for our colleagues and for our clients it sometimes could be not so understandable, and they try to insert some other rules. Nevertheless, this law exists and we need to act accordingly. Approving HAMS. It seems pretty straightforward. We have a remote object, we have a HAMS, and we have a central inpatient hospital. So 78 patients from our objects have to be evacuated to the central inpatient hospital. So we need all of the three components to work in an aligned manner. The paramedics or medics' task is to stabilize the condition of the patient and prepare this patient to the evacuation. That's a medical topic, and we provide this information during our trainings as well. In order to approve or get approval for this evacuation, we have a working call center of CCM where the doctor consultant answers, responds the initiated call, and then the regional center doctor, regional emergency center doctor approves it. What's the structure? Normally there would be a medical organization or central, for example, inpatient hospital, a station of first help, and regional center of medical aviation. This function is being performed in compliance with the state contract. So we have a hospital, we have a contract, and we have a helicopter company that helps us. What types of helicopters is being used? Mi-8, I hope everyone knows what it looks like, but for some people it's a new piece of information. What kind of helicopter is coming to pick you up? We ask our customers, they say, we don't know, it's big and it's wide, but for us it's important to understand what kind of helicopter that is. All of the helicopters should also have special equipment installed. And another type number 2, is the on-site helicopter. This is purely for medical reasons. Additionally, about motor vehicles, ambulance motor vehicles, this slide demonstrates real situation when on-site helicopter came to a pad, and this car, this ambulance motor vehicle brought the patient to a helicopter. In this slide we can see quite a nice helicopter pad. In most cases it's not as good. We do like and we prefer to see specialized helicopter pads because it's not always an option for us, and it could be challenging when there is no helicopter pad. So about the questions that are being asked. Currently, all regions where CCM is presented have their own services of sanitary aviation. Additionally, for some remote locations, we have a special set of criteria for the doctors and medics to be clear about when evacuation is recommended. We have a whole chapter about how to communicate with the Center of Sanitary Aviation in the region. What should be also considered, and it's in bold, that neither doctor nor patient pay for this call. It's being paid by the government. Sometimes we get this question, who is paying for the helicopter? And in this case, the helicopter is being paid for already. We don't pay for that. It's a government issue. Of course, if it's private aviation or secondary evacuation, then it might be an issue. But normally, HAMS has government funding of the region. If it's a sanitary aviation of the regional helicopter park. From the viewpoint of pilots, is that when there is no helicopter pad, that's the biggest problem. And it should be taken in account at the stage of designing a new object. Please make sure that there are helicopter pad, there are wind measurements and special light signals installed in order to identify this helicopter pad. It makes our job very much easier. So much easier, makes much easier to find you. Also, at this point, there is no monitoring system for helicopters. In some cases, always we don't have any communication with the pilot. It's a systemic problem, it's a huge problem, but we are working on it. Also, it's important that even at the point when you are working on your technical design assignment, please make sure that there will be a system of monitoring patients during the trip and before the trip. So that might be very necessary and saves lives. And most social and economic losses are due to very harsh cases, injuries, and fatal cases on the object. And in such cases, we need to inform all of our workers and employees that there is a chance, you have a good chance of being saved if you react fast enough, fast enough to save your colleagues. All right, I have question. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer. Yes, please. Thank you, Yuri, for your report. The question is about the drugs of a limited list, narcotic drugs. Do you have some ways of ordering them? Do you need any special forms? What in general, what is this process like? We use them in the centers of emergency medicine, and they have special licenses for that. So it's according to the regulations. Yes, after such centers are licensed, they are allowed to use narcotic drugs. If there are no further questions, that it's an honor to present our next speaker, Anton Posavets. Anton Posavets is head of the Emergency Training Center at the University Medical Center of Ljubljana, Slovenia. Please, Anton, the floor is yours.
Yuri, thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, hello again. My next lecture will be totally different area from before, and now I will talk about HAMS outfitting. Are there any standards? We will see that there are very important things. But before I start my lecture, I will again declare that I have no financial relationship to disclose with my lecture. We have different types of ambulance, and helicopter is nothing else than air ambulance. And so also we have in this field standards. Everything changed really a lot since 60s when they started with this job in Switzerland with very pure equipment, very weak helicopters. We have today really better conditions to do that job. And of course, first thing I will talk about is equipment, medical equipment for air ambulance. And as I said before, there is also big development in medicine, big development in techniques that request us to follow. And of course, the number and type of that equipment change all the time during the time. Second thing I will talk about is protective clothing, footwear, and equipment. This is also the field that big changes happened, and it is clear from these two pictures. One from 10 years ago and the other one from present time. And of course, when we talk about equipment, protective equipment, there is also one question about helicopters. From my experience, I've checked both ways. We can use helicopters that are purpose-built, equipped for that job, and at the other side we can have multi-role helicopters, so we can talk about improvisation. If you ask me, I vote for first thing. Absolutely, purpose-built and equipped helicopters are much better thing than any improvisation. Before I will talk about standards, I would like to emphasize that every country can make own standards. I will talk about European standards because my country, Slovenia, is part of European Union, and of course we have to follow that standards. But whatever standards you have, the main purpose of standards are to enable safety and good quality of work. So we need standards, and as we have standards for ambulance on the earth vehicles, we have also standard 13718 for air ambulance. This standard have two parts. First part is requirement for medical devices, and that is interesting for us in my lecture. And the second part talk about operational technical requirements. I think that my colleague Robert will talk a little bit more about that. And when we talk about air ambulance, we have also three different types of services. The first one is HAMS, that is primary rescue missions from the field to the hospital, medical institution. On second place, we have HICAMS, or maybe more familiar name, secondary flights between two hospitals. Also, we can use in that field the name medevac. And the third level is fixed wing air ambulance. That are transports on long distances with aeroplanes with fixed wings. If we talk about equipment, medical equipment, as I said, that equipment changed through the time and have to follow the development of medicine, of development of techniques. And but whatever you have in a helicopter have to fulfill requirements from European Council Directive 93/42, and that is the main thing we have to obey. And if you ask if there is any supervision organ on that field, yes, that is in Europe, EASA, European Agency for Civil Aviation. That agency takes care of safety in aviation, and I think that standards that are used in Europe are most restrictive all over the world. If you go to USA, they have weak standards if you compare with Europe. So we will talk about European standards. we have to know that if you use equipment in helicopter, there are totally different environment than hospital or whatever building, because there are different temperatures, there are shocks, there are vibrations, a lot of things that have influence for measurement with these devices. And of course, all devices we have in helicopter have to be capable with these problems. Today we have really a lot of, I don't want to count what we have in helicopter. Actually, we have a mobile intensive care unit. But I would like to say about problem that is permanent compromise in aviation. That is weight and balance. We can wish more equipment, but we can't use that equipment, because if a helicopter is too weight, he will crash down. It is clear. So you have to decide about equipment very with respect what can you take with yourself and what you can't, what you really need and what you don't need. Okay. And there is also additional special equipment that we can use on helicopter. For example, hoist. And if you hoisting patients, of course, then you need rescue sac. For patients with infection diseases, you need special capsule. We met this during the COVID and other similar things. We very often use helicopters to transport babies, so we need transport incubators, very important thing. And there is really a special thing from Norwegian Air Ambulance, because they have really remote areas in their country. They put in a few helicopters even CT, computer tomography machines, to enable thrombolysis on time when they need this, because hospitals are too far away, even with helicopter. So a very interesting thing. They use 3 or 4 helicopters at this moment, I think. Okay. Next thing, protective clothing, footwear, and all protective equipment we have to use in helicopters. Helicopter won't explode. Maybe in the movie with Jean-Claude Van Damme or what is Rambo. Okay. But in fact, we also can say on the other side that accidents happen. That is fact. We can't avoid. We can see that from the pictures on internet. We easily find them. So protective equipment have a task that protect us from different things that can make damage. And I hope that we can't see pictures like this, 2 pictures on the slide. That is very irresponsible to do something like that. You have to use the proper shoes, you have to use proper clothes if you want to work on helicopter. This picture is much better, but if we talk about protective clothing, footwear and equipment, there are regulations, but European Union and EASA don't ask you to obey that regulations, and they are not mandatory everywhere. But if your country adopt that legislation, of course you have to obey that legislation. I put again in front of that standards guarantee safety and quality. And that is very important thing. If we obey that law, then we know why protective equipment we need. The general performance requirements are in standard ISO 13688. But we have to know that this standard is used in combination with other standards for requirements specific for some protective performances we will see in next slide. And we can put danger categories in three levels. First level are protection against minimal hazards, and the highest level is level 3. Level 3 includes hazards that can cause very serious consequences such as death or permanent disability of people. And all other things are between category 1 and category 3. And most of things that we meet in air ambulance are in category 2. So what categories can be for some danger things we can meet? We want to have good visibility uniforms, because pilot have to see you around helicopter. You have to be visible. Another thing, protection against from cold and from on the other side heat, from fire. Protection is also good, are good shoes, of course. And anti-static is very important thing, standard that you have to obey. And maybe for us, most important is protection from rain or other atmospheric influences. Maybe a lot of complaints are with helmets. Why do we have to wear helmets? Helmets are not intended to scare passengers, to be good passengers. But they prevent us from noise. They prevent us from reducing glare, sunshine. There is also big, they enable communication, of course, very important thing. And on the third, very important place are they protect us from injuries. Directly, we can talk about bird strikes. And in last times, we have kids that they put drones in the air. And on the pictures below, we can see very easily what happens if you meet bird. And on the two pictures above, we can see how it is when you have a strike with a drone. And this pilot on pictures below, he had a lot of luck because he was injured just a few stitches on the mouth, but he got nickname Bird Killer. You can see his helmet now. Okay, a little bit of joke, but we have to know that consequences could be very serious without helmet. So helmet is very useful thing to protect crew of air ambulance helicopter. That is just one interesting thing from North England. They test special jet suits because they have a lot of hills, and sometimes they need too much time to reach to the patient. And if you try to find this on internet, you will see there was a case. In normal situation, they would need 20 minutes to reach patient, but with this suit, they were there in 5 minutes. So maybe it is not science fiction for tomorrow. Maybe it will be even reality. But at the moment, we will be happy if we will have much easier and normal protective equipment that we really need. I don't want to be too long, but I will be glad if you will give me some questions. I will be glad to answer you. Thank you very much.
Большое спасибо, Антон.
Thank you, Anton. I would like to say great thanks that you finally came here. We really appreciate this. We love to be part of your team. I think it was a nice present for us all, your book, the 100th anniversary of aviation air ambulance in Slovenia. Right now, we are in the new era of this air ambulance. Starting 2017, the air ambulance is experiencing the new stage and considering new different issues. What is the equipment? What shall be the outfits? How can we protect a patient? How shall we protect the medical crew itself? All these questions are really important, and I think in your report you stressed it out really clearly. Are there any questions from the audience? I want to answer one question that I received to myself to my report. What is the percentage of diagnosis that you get during the percentage where the diagnosis you put in the ambulance coincides with what is said in the hospital? I think the coincidence level is too high. Of course, we cannot conclude for sure without any laboratory tests. Not all hospitals are ready to reveal the diagnosis, although we keep asking and we insist because it is important for us. The third issue is all the cases of air ambulance are considered and discussed at weekly meetings that we have, and every single case we analyze, learn the lessons, and want to prevent some disadvantages in the future. Do we have more questions to this topic? Anton, we have a... What are the weather restrictions for Medivac?
Each pilot of whatever air vehicle have to decide by himself what he can perform or not. For example, if you have night flights, you need 2 pilots. But if there is all flights are, most of them are VFR, visual regime of flight. Maybe medevac could be also done instrumental flights. So each pilot know what is possibility of his helicopter, what is about his knowledge, and he is that one person, pilot in command, who decide if weather is good or not weather, if we can simplify that thing. I hope I answered.
Thank you so much for this answer. Коллеги, еще вопросы?
Юрий.
Да, пожалуйста.
Юрий, вопрос.
A question to you, Yuri. In your presentation, you showed some information that there were 4 cases of the refusal from evacuation. The question is as follows: were there lethal consequences among these 4 cases? What was the end of this? In one case, yes, this was the death of the person, unfortunately. Other cases, for us, any refusal for evacuation is a way to search for alternative methods. For example, if we try to think of some other options, like to transport a person by road, even if it takes longer, but we analyze the health condition of a person and then we take the necessary measures. Or we bring the paramedic and he stays with the patient unless the doctor comes, for example, or the use of freight air ambulance. So we try to use everything possible to transport the patient to the hospital. Hello, my question is to Anton. My name is Tatiana from Noyabrsk. Could you please tell me how many women working in your company, in your team, and what positions do they occupy?
I will disappoint you with numbers, but we have women, of course, on helicopter, on ambulance, on the earth, and we think that we are rich because we have our colleagues with us to work with us, and I think there is my chief in the back. He will want to employ women in the future too. I think it is fine that team are mixed, and we don't have any big problem because we have women in the teams, and all of us agree with this. So we have women, and I hope that we will women in the future too.
Thank you very much for extremely interesting report. Thanks for your questions. Do we have more questions to colleagues? Just a second. There is a question. Could you please tell me, are there any criteria for the air ambulance in terms of the health condition of a patient? Do you use checklists from the person that calls the ambulance? Of course, we try to assess the condition of a patient, but in the majority of cases, no matter how many different checklists do we have, we need to go to the place. The person will not cure himself, cannot be self-treated. So we use different checklists, questionnaires, but we don't spend too much time on that. There are about 300 different scales of assessment. We normally use the picture of the patient and the screen of the monitor. So we need to see the patient and understand what shall we do. And then based on the real situation, we decide on the actions.
Dear colleagues, if there are no further questions at this point, it is with pleasure that I give the floor to our next speaker, who will be giving a lecture about advantages of modern air ambulance for the rescue in remote areas. It's our friend, our colleague, Robert Sabol.
Much for the invitation. It is great privilege to be here with you. I will start my presentation with one short movie. So please, desk, if you can release the video. Okay, thank you, Desk, for the video. Now please, PowerPoint. That was the short presentation, how it look, primary action, helicopter emergency medical service action in confined area. So, I will speak about the advantages. Of course, I have no financial relationship to disclose this, and I want to share our experience with you. So, what is HEMS? What is HEMS principles? Actually, emergency helicopter, now I know that this is vertaliot, yeah? It's just a tool. That's one tool, one very good tool, to achieve your goal that your patient will survive. And that means that you fly by a helicopter immediately where they need your help, so you can carry medical team to the patient or transport critical patient from one hospital to more adequate hospital. Because maybe the patient arrived to the hospital which did not perform the PCI, and the patient must be transferred to the other hospital. The fastest mean to save life, able to land almost anywhere. Helicopter is a special tool. If it is quite small, helicopter don't need such a big place to land. Advantages. First advantages is time reduction. So if we compare, helicopter is 4 times faster. By car, you can travel 1 kilometer per minute. With helicopter, you can travel 4 kilometers per minute. So if you have problem on the road, like a snow or ice, then you will not travel by car 1 kilometer per minute. But with helicopter, you will still travel 4 minutes per minute. And if you want to cover with ambulances the same area that helicopter achieve in 20 minutes, you will need 7 dislocations of 7 ambulances to cover the same area. Okay, of course, 7 is more than 1. If you have 7 actions at the same time, then you will need 7 resources. But if we speak about the area, 1 helicopter is like 7 ambulances. And if you look, here is one on this slide, you can compare flight time, 8 minutes, versus travel with ambulance, because the road was very narrow, a lot of curves. They use 1 hour, 5 minutes. What is acceleration? Acceleration is something what happened also in the rescue vehicle. If the driver is very fast and he must decelerate very fast, then also the G-forces on your patient will be quite big. And now I ask you, do you think it is very good that if you drive patient with severe head trauma, that there is a lot of acceleration and deceleration? What do you think? You cause additional damage, of course. And these G-forces can be very high. In the vehicle, up to 3G. In Formula 1, up to 4.5G. Of course, if you have a road crash accident, then these G-forces will increase enormous. In helicopter, maximum is, the forces is less than 1.5G. Of course, if your pilot did not perform the acrobat flying, then the forces will increase, but he will not do that. And you will have a rupture of cerebral blood vessels if the forces is 3.5G. So that means in the ambulance, if the driving is not smooth, we can cause additional damage to our patient. Golden hour. I hope you know what is golden hour. This is the period when the emergency condition appear and that our patient arrive to the hospital on the surgery desk. That is not the interval when somebody called the help, because maybe from the symptoms appear and to the phone call, it lasts 10 or 15 minutes. And the time factor is decisive for the survival and convalescence of our patient. Each minute you arrive, delay of arriving in hospital is not good for your patient. And of course, it is not important who perform first aid. It is important that first aid is performed fast. I think you agree with me. To stop the hemorrhage, it is important who will stop the bleeding. No, it is important that the bleeding is stopped fast. And the same is with open airway or to start CPR and so on. So, what is the advantages? What is the advantages? If you have good helicopter rescue service, much more number of your patients will survive. And now, statistically, if you invest €1 in helicopter service, the benefit, the returning will be €1.3. And if I ask you, what's the price of human life? Can somebody answer me? He says it's priceless. Yes, it is priceless when this is somebody you love, somebody from your family, some your friend. But there is economically, they calculate statistically how much one life valid. I will give you data for Slovenia, that is almost €2 million. Annual cost of helicopter base is €3.5 million. First day, if we open the base and we say 2 lives, we actually save money for our country, and the cost for whole year operation is paid. I think this is very good argument for you if you have to convince somebody why to have good modern HEMS service. And helicopter is the most adapted solution for achieve this goal. I repeat, helicopter is the tool. Is hammer danger? Hammer is the tool. Yes, if you don't know how to work with hammer. And the essential thing of good HEMS service is training and education. A few words about HEMS missions. We have primary, that's HEMS missions. We have secondary, that's secondary transport or medevac. And we have HEMS in the mountains. This is actually segment of search and rescue. Mountain rescue actions, or maybe we have to find the injured person and then we will perform the rescue operation. Primary missions, I think this is the most interesting. This is the flight to the accident spot, landing as close as possible of the accident spot. Of course, this depends on size of your helicopter. The bigger helicopter is, the bigger is rotor diameter and the bigger area you will need. If you use dedicated helicopter for HEMS, you will need 12.12 meters. Actually, this is the area of this lecture room. So, fast intervention, radius of action less than 30 minutes. Why less than 30 minutes? If you want to achieve the golden hour, we use 20-20 rule. What that means, 20-20 rule? 20 minutes flight in one direction, 20 minutes to return, and third 20 minutes is airborne, landing, treat the patient. And if we do in this system, we will achieve the standard of golden hour, and a lot of your patient will survive. Transport medical team as fast as possible to the patient, and Tone mentioned today hoist. Also, HHO mean helicopter hoist operation. This is most sophisticated operation, the most dangerous operation, but the most valuable operation. Now, you in Russia have oil platforms. You work offshore. Question for Yuri. What will you do if you have an accident on the helipad on the oil platform? How will you respond and how will you help? It is difficult. Because the only place where next helicopter can land is occupied with fire and with broken helicopter. Now how to help? You dispatch another helicopter. The crew is educated to work with hoist, and they will hoist the help down, treat the patient, hoist him up, and go to the hospital. And the same you can do on the vessel, the same you can do from the water and from the mountains. But of course, this is the most sophisticated operations, and here is really a lot of training. The cable of the hoist is 4 millimeter thick, and it can hold Tone and me together. It can carry 280 kilos, so we are not fat, because the hoist is very good performed. Secondary missions, that's intra-hospital transfer or medevac. This is dedicated helicopter, which is very well equipped. It could be a little, maybe bigger. The purpose is to transfer patient from hospital to hospital, range can be from half an hour up to 2.5 hours. It depends of the endurance of your helicopter, because problem is if you're in the middle of the transport must perform emergency landing because you ran out of fuel. And here it is not necessary to be airborne to start in 2 minutes, but you can take a preparation time up to half an hour, but this is mostly transport from helipad to helipad. So, what is important for good HEMS service? What is key aspect to be considered? It is not just to buy a helicopter and let's go to work. Helicopter is actually the last step. If you want to make a picture clear, this is picture produced from a lot of pieces. This is like one big puzzle. And every piece is very important. So you must have crew and training, you must have proper helicopter, you must have person who is responsible for safety, then you must have satellite tracking, dispatch center, you must follow the regulation, financing, you must have infrastructure, hangar, you must have maintenance, you must know how to perform the operation, and so on. So behind is a lot of things which is not visible on the actions, but it must run 24/7 parallelly. And if you want to start, if we start today, the HEMS service will need at least 6 months to be established if you follow all the prescription and all the regulation. If we bring the helicopter tomorrow, we need 6 months to start under safe conditions our operations. This is one picture of one hospital. Of course, infrastructure is important. That's HEMS station on the top of the hospital in Augsburg in Germany. You see the hangar platform, which is heated in the winter. Even if there is snow falling, the platform is always dry. Fuel, it is possible to refuel the helicopter, and very fast access after the landing from helicopter to the operation theater. That's the concept. Because you know, the time is running very fast. The time is relative. You agree the time is relative thing. How you know where you feel the time is relative thing? In front of the toilet door, if you have problem with your intestinum and the minute is different long, depend from which side of the door you wait. I hope you agree with this. So minute can be very long or very short. So think also about infrastructure, and what is also important, that all this is safe and it is system for firefighting, fire extinguisher is present, and automatic system for cut out the fire, and automatic lighting system. That must be on such an infrastructure on the hospital. So, regulation, I will not explain it. We have in the European Union, Tone mentioned that we have much more tough regulation. Yes, in the Europe, the obligation is twin motor helicopter. In the United States, they fly with single engine. What's the benefit of twin engine helicopter? If the one engine failed, we will still fly. And regulation is the number 965/2020. What is that? That is a prescription how to perform helicopter emergency medical service to be on the same level of safety as it commercial air transport. Commercial air transport, traveling with the airplane, is the most safe way of traveling. You agree? Yes. So the most danger is, of course, car, motorbike on the road. And if you follow this simple prescription, then you are on the safe side and you work safe. Then also, I don't know how your dispatch center working, but dispatch center is the head of operation, of course, is important. Dispatch center and alarming. Here you can also lose a lot of time, sometimes 3 minutes, sometimes 10. You can dispatch ground ambulance with the doctor. You can perform rendezvous system. That means that local crew go there with a ground ambulance and helicopter arrive to pick up the patient. Or if the distance is too big and the ambulance needs 45 minutes, ground ambulance to the patient, then you did not dispatch the ground ambulance, but the helicopter will be primary resource. And it will go only by helicopter. Helicopter is just the flying ambulance, of course, under special conditions. Equipment. Equipment is according to this regulation EN 13718. So everything what is inside is adapted that your patient is safe also during the emergency procedure. What is emergency procedure? If you have engine failure, if you have bird strike, if you have fire on board and so on. Everything is adapted to be safe. And the demand is that you have space at head for patient intubation, because maybe the condition during the flight decrease and you must perform intubation, and space about patient for perform CPR. That's the demand. And it is very good if the tail rotor is safe. We call this fenestron. The tail rotor is closed in special housing. If you see on the video, we work on the scene. We walk around the helicopter, but that was safe. The only problem is if somebody is so curious that will come to the turning rotor and put the head inside. But I think technical crew member will take care that this won't happen. So crew and training, a few words about that. Prerequisition for crew hiring, pilot must have at least 1,000 hours of experience as a pilot in command on this type of helicopter which you want to use for HAMS. Doctor must have emergency doctor qualification and at least 5 years of experience. Paramedic or TCM, that's technical crew member, with qualification as paramedic and EMS experience. Now, what is technical crew member? In Europe, most helicopters during the day fly with single pilot concept. We don't use two pilots, we use one pilot, and paramedic TCM is in the air, left hand of the pilot. He take care for communication, navigation, safety. Last enter in the helicopter and first disembark. And he check if the helicopter is landed proper, if everything is okay. And on the ground, when the helicopter is safely landed, he help the doctor to treat the patient. And this is actually very cheap concept. Initial training prior to start HAMS operation, of course, pilot must be familiar with HAMS operation and with type of helicopter. Doctor, he is trained for medical passenger. This course lasts for 3 days. And paramedic, if he take a technical crew member, this course is much more intensive and it took 2 weeks. Then, in addition, recurrent training, pilot every 6 months, doctor and paramedic on demand depend of how many actions did he perform in real. Success factors for a safe and efficient HAMS operation is that we follow the guidelines and safety protocols. There is no shortcuts on safety. The right helicopter for right mission, of course. Powerful helicopter to land anywhere. Mission equipment availability, fleet reliability, high availability and low operation cost. Of course, if you use big helicopter, 1 hour of flying is 12,000 euro. If you use smaller helicopter, then this is 3 times cheaper. I think it is very important that you choose proper type of helicopter. And define permanent crew training, that means pilot and medical crews. Helicopter, what is the ideal helicopter for HAMS? It must have fixed landing gear, skids, wheels is very problematic because if you land on the wet terrain, it is problem because helicopter can fall apart, the part on his side. It must have quick startup options, use of FADEC. FADEC is fully automated digital engine control. It not needs to perform checklist by the paper and check each section by itself, but computer do that in a few seconds. And in less than 2 minutes, you can fly toward your patient. Of course, compact helicopter dimension, smaller helicopter, smaller downwash. Optimal external visibility condition, allow external sound signature. Why this is important? Because you will perform HAMS actions also during the night. Accident, myocardial infarction, stroke happened 24/7. So you must be available 24/7. And if you land in the city, and if you use big and loud helicopter, then half of city will wake up. And they will not be happy with your service. And of course, you must follow the EN 13718 European norm. What makes the ideal helicopter for HEMS? It is a lot of types. You see, again, this is actually flying ambulance, possibility of load the patient from the back, possibility that you can use roll-in stretcher, especially if you load the incubator, which is quite heavy, and the all equipment is fixed, and that you are familiar with all this equipment. Mostly this is equipment the same like it is in the rescue vehicle. This is one picture of the most type of helicopter which you will find in the European Union. This is the concept stretcher, then seats for doctor and medical technician, and all equipment is fixate that it is actually ergonomic and you can use it anytime. So, this is from me, and I will finish my lecture with this sentence: mission always, safety first. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert, for this great lecture. Коллеги, вопросы?
If you have any questions, we can keep them for the end of the session. And our next colleague is about to start.
Ivan is connected online, so Ivan, are you with us? Yes, please, you can begin your presentation. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make a brief report on the artificial lung ventilation during medical evacuation. Let's begin with the definition. Artificial ventilation is the introduction of air or oxygen into the human airways in order to restore natural ventilation. It is very important to remember that it refers to basic resuscitation measures. If your medical service doesn't perform artificial ventilation, then it cannot be considered evacuation. Artificial ventilation of the lungs of a patient performed during the movement inside a medical organization or diagnostic studies for transportation to the surgery room or during evacuation, re-evacuation, transportation by sanitary transport is considered the transport artificial ventilation. Here we can see the example how this is done in the ambulance car. What are the regulations for artificial ventilation? Talking about the necessary equipment for these measures, it is written in our favorite 388 and order on the approval of the order of emergency medical care, including the specialized medical care. Then there is a rule saying that all ambulance cars shall be equipped with artificial ventilation equipment, and the C-class machines, ambulance machines, shall also include it as well. This refers both to C and B-class vehicles. This artificial ventilation equipment is part of the standard of equipping the medical module of ambulance helicopters used for air aviation. And in the list of equipment it states the portative device for air ventilation used for medical purposes for adults and children from 1 year old. You see, these are Mi-8 helicopters. On the left, the helicopter is equipped with a track. And on the right, this is a single module produced in our Kazan, in factory in Kazan. You can adjust the equipment to the power supply. There are additional oxygen-filled gallons here. So these are the modules we use. who can work with such equipment? Is there any professional standard? There are two options. There is a professional standard. This is the first option, which is approved in the Russian Federation for doctors performing resuscitation, dated 2018 and 2021 for paramedics. So, of course, the doctor performing resuscitation measures can use this equipment. Then the ambulance doctor can also use this equipment. With paramedics, it is the situation is not that easy, because the standard is quite controversial. Artificial lung ventilation is a complex procedure that includes several stages. Analysis of the airways, the ventilation itself, monitoring of the indicators, and then the calculation of the doses and introduction of the necessary medicals. For the personnel, these are the hard skills that should be trained all the time, and we shall create all the necessary conditions for such training and experience improvement. Of course, there are some training sessions that can teach you how to do the analysis or perform the primary check, but for the intubation or tubing actions, you have to be well trained for sure. So here we see the artificial ventilation device in the middle, and then the monitor where you can see all the parameters of the patient. So these are the peculiarities or the features at the pre-hospital stage. As already measured, all the doctors should be able to analyze the situation and then ensure the airway patency. Then transport, artificial ventilation and monitoring should be compact, stable to aggressive conditions of the environment, and shall be autonomous. There is a need for additional equipment for the transportation of drugs and pharmaceuticals and ensure the asepsis during different manipulations. As I already said, this equipment shall be compact, and my previous speakers already mentioned this, that there may be different aggressive conditions of the environment that may cause the damage of the equipment. There are no strong demands to the equipment in Russia, saying that such equipment should be stable. But unfortunately, the equipment that is produced in our country doesn't satisfy this condition, and we have to buy the equipment produced in foreign countries. Here you can see how the transport thermal containers ensure the safety of the equipment. This is how they are placed on the helicopter. Some statistics for our division, because we have no resuscitation teams. So throughout 2022, we did 666 evacuations. out of which 271 was by air. And in most of the cases we did, in 74% of cases we did this artificial ventilation. And you see, this is the picture, how it was, the person was transported for further to the regional medical center. We understand the importance of maintaining the high qualification and skills of our employees. That is why, besides the trainings and workshops that we hold for our staff, we do 3 different sessions. First are the practical tasks to train the basic skills. Based on the experience of the Center of Corporate Medicine during the last 7 years, we have the obligatory stress training sessions. Then we have situational training sessions where we consider interesting cases with the analysis of the algorithm of actions. Traditionally, these are the cases that are rare in practice, but in order to avoid them or to be able to cope with them, if any, we need to be trained anyway. So these are these planned sessions where we, in practice, test the learned skills. This is the stress training. On the left, you see the individual training session for a particular team. You don't see the paramedic here. I'm acting as a doctor here. You see the position of the patient is not that convenient, so we are not in a comfortable position anymore. So at the back you see a person that are disturbing me. And on the right you see these are the training session of the employees of this regional clinical hospital. So we were simulating different scenarios and where people were testing their skills of saving people. All people survived at the end of these training sessions. A selection of the equipment is a very important and critical task. When we buy the equipment, we prefer equipment that is protective against vibration, moisture, and other aggressive factors. We seek for the support of our government, and within the federal law number 44, we wouldn't want to be able to buy the equipment we really want and that satisfies our needs. And I really hope that someday we will be able to do so. Then there is a need for the generator or the big capacity battery, because normally on board a helicopter sometimes this may happen when you don't have power, and then we need some additional battery in this case. For example, this is the equipment that we regularly use. This is the artificial lung ventilation machine. These are approved for use on helicopters. So right now we are waiting for Russian analogs because this is becoming quite difficult to buy those abroad. The introduction of new technologies is becoming a critical process to ensure the safety of passengers, safety of patients, and the crew trying to save the life of a patient. That is why we try to participate in different conferences and sessions and learn from our experienced colleagues, from international experience and so on. There should be no situations when the technology is applied because it is popular or fashionable. We want it to be useful, first of all. We had some situation when we once tested the technology, and there was a question of creating division within our aviation, but unfortunately we were forced to reject this idea because the technology was quite expensive, because in terms of its purpose, it is rarely used in our region. So there was a decision made to, in case there are cases where this equipment is needed, we bring a specialist rather than buy the technology. So transportation of patients with the use of artificial ventilation together with the extracorporeal membrane oxygenation is very useful and is often used in our real cases. The conclusions that can be made from my presentation is that such transplantation is a complex medical procedure which requires strong material support and technical support and high level of professionalism. I'm very thankful for your attention. Thank you, Ivan, for your report. I can confirm the procedure, the importance of this procedure. Sometimes we come to the patient and do the artificial ventilation because the qualification of workers sometimes at the place is not sufficient enough. But this should be a routine, and people should be trained how to do it. Since the health condition of patients may be quite tough, and we need to be able to use all the necessary equipment to bring people to life and avoid their death. Do we have any questions? So I think we are fitting within the schedule. I think the next report will be called Medical Assistance is an integral competence of remote healthcare. The floor is given to Irina Kuzina, leading specialist, CCM.
Thank you so much. Thank you all the previous speakers. I'll be trying to be brief, but still I'll try to emphasize the main problems with medical assistance. And this is quite a broad topic. You probably have got that idea from the previous reports. I will be talking mostly about secondary evacuation, secondary transport, and described medical assistance as well. I tried to display all of the components that can be included into this picture, and the corporate medical assistance that we are promoting, we think it's an inevitable part of remote health care. We offer a full range of medical supervision, starting with consulting when our colleagues provide audit of the sites or planned sites. They consult on a plan of a possible evacuation or help to control risks management, and also they consult on and offer telemedicine and active treatment, preventive measures, medical concierge and treatment abroad, and psychological support. Those are our main areas of work. This helps to manage our risks, and this adds to the additional insurance. It demonstrates care about the employees, motivates personnel, and helps to retain personnel, helps to be more competitive. So medical evacuation is transportation of citizens in order to protect their health and life. It's always something that has to be done when there is no other way to receive necessary treatment on site. We already have seen several situations with the primary evacuations. That primary evacuations happen either using motor vehicles or helicopters, and it normally happens from remote locations. Mostly and quite almost all the time it has to be an emergency situation, and we see that we cannot stabilize condition, and we have to travel to hospital, inpatient hospital, central inpatient hospital, where already we will have some adequate treatment. Again, neither patients nor employees bear any costs. But very often, care about our patients does not stop here. Sometimes assistance, medical help cannot be provided at a central inpatient hospital, and there has to be more specialized treatments or diagnostics, or a person becomes not fit to work, handicapped, and then we have to transport such patients further. Unfortunately, we are constrained by regional requirements, so such transportations are quite costly. Such cases are quite costly for employers or for patient's family. What can such evacuation look like? Secondary evacuations. This is only about about secondary evacuations when a person needs transportation and cannot travel themselves. Railway or train transportation is almost never recommended due to different aspects, but sometimes it's the only way. Commercial airlines, such option provides more variants. A person might be placed on a stretcher or seated. Also, for example, Lufthansa has a portable transport unit, which means an office or a emergency room over here in the middle, and it is cheaper than using a separate airplane, but at the same time doctors are able to provide intensive care during a long flight. And the most expensive and at the same time The fastest way is sanitary aviation with specialized medical team. What are the principles? We hear a lot about medical evacuations, but not so many persons actually specialize in this, and it's not something that could be done just so easily, because they should be specialists that understand both medical aspects, logistics. Sometimes we will have to take into account both opinions of employer, family, the patient himself, and we need to listen to what the outcomes might be if this person is transported or not, and what method of transportation is the best. We need to do it in the best interest of the patient. Another principle is that there should be alignment between the receiving side and the side that is releasing the patient from the hospital. Medical brigade, all land services, and get all the approvals from the aviation carriers, and keep the patient or his proxies and customers informed about all the stages and progress of the evacuation. On this chart, we see, on this slide, we see how a person can be transported seated, if it's possible to be done in commercial airlines. It has to be done during takeoff and landing. So if a person is able to sit, and if it's okay for them to sit, and if it's possible to do in economy, and there is an option of get seated and have no medical team supervising the person, or with medical supervision. Stretcher can also be done. You can see in the commercial airlines how it's performed, but we all understand that in the economy it's not probably as comfortable. Such conditions are not quite comfortable, but sometimes it's something that has to be done. Also, plane carriers, they provide different wheelchairs. Sometimes when a person cannot walk, cannot sit, it has a separate letter C, as you can see here on VCHC, which stands for seated, and AmbuLift is another valuable options, an extra seat option. And they also should be an approval to carry and use medical instruments and medical equipment on board, and all carriers are worried about some emergency situations, additional costs, and damage to their reputation. When using a stretcher, there always has to be additional document from the carrier. There has to be 3 to 6 additional seats booked on a plane. The priority is for that to be a direct flight. Then there has to be at least 2 medics, and most medical institutions in the airport and on road and route should be also informed about such passenger that might need help. And the patient is being transported using an ambulance car. So that you would get a better feel how it looks. That's an AmbuLift, And in the back you see a doctor with a huge bag, and I'm sure that's not all of the equipment that he's taken with him. And also you see the workers of the airport or who try to carefully help get the stretcher inside the airplane. All the medical evacs, secondary evacs, are costly events. Sometimes could be evacuation with sanitary evacuations are very costly, but in some cases it might be more effective than the evacuation using stretchers and commercial airlines in terms of cost and logistics. You see how small the door is, and this is where the patient on the stretchers is going in, so it's quite a challenging task. And also we need to understand that if this person comes from the ambulance department, resuscitation department, so there need to be additional team helping to transport such a patient. Again, evacuations, med-evac, are an inevitable part of medical assistance. It's always something that is connected with big costs and has a lot of complicated aspects, which is why it is better to use a company that specializes in assistance. Center of Corporate Medicine is developing this area of work, and thanks to our long-term partnership with many companies in this sphere, we are able to provide high-quality services, and we are ready to be contractors of full cycle. Thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you, Irina. I hope that we will keep our questions till the end of our session, and I present our next speaker, Maxim Mashkov.
He will tell us about the evacuation from remote areas. Dear colleagues, dear colleagues, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for inviting me here to participate in this conference. For me, this is very interesting and useful. My name is Sergey Mashkov. I'm the leading specialist and the general director of Moderator service company. So the company exists since 2016. We are part of a group of companies out of special equipment, which has been functioning since 2007. We produce specialized vehicles that are able to pass along snow and swamps. We're the official designer of the Russian vehicles that are used for that purpose. And now about the statistics. In different regions, in Chukotka autonomous region, in In the Republic of Sakha, in the Komi Republic, you know that this is a long distance, a vast territory, and the density of automobile roads varies in these regions: 1.3, 4.1, and 16 kilometers per 1,000 square meters. In these conditions, and during the autumn and spring period especially, it is very difficult to transport along the territory, and thus provide the necessary medical assistance is quite complicated. Moreover, the majority of facilities are located in hard to reach zones. In current conditions, the workers of medical institutions or medical organizations became the victims of the following cases when it was difficult to reach the patient by road. And the use of specialized vehicles can help solving this problem. In Russia, we produce different types of vehicles of this type, and I'm sure you know all of them. The use of any type, either type of these vehicles of four-wheeled vehicles can be applied in different conditions on mountain areas, river areas, swamps, dirty roads.
В качестве базы используется хорошо зарекомендовавший себя снегоблатоход Трекол 39294, с примером которого вы могли ознакомиться на входе в конференцию.
We were using now in some of our experiments and works, we were using the machine provided to us by the Med Center. This can be used for carrying heavy loads, and it has all the permissible dimensions and can be used to bring the patient to the nearest hospital. This is Burlak off-road vehicle. Is much more convenient. It has more space inside and more room for different actions and maneuvers. Another model is based on Irbis. This model is based on a different type of wheels, and it can be used in stony landscape. In terms of the internal equipment, they all have the necessary equipment for the first aid treatment and for the resuscitation measures, or to transport the person to the place of air evacuation. They are equipped with oxygen concentrators that ensure the ventilation of lungs throughout the whole road, no matter how long it might take.
Рекомендовал заказчикам размещать оборудование.
Ilya recommended to put the monitors in order to see the parameters, and our machines, our vehicles are equipped with all these monitors. Right now they are used in Chukotsk region, quite widely in Komi Republic, and by medical operators and providers throughout Russia. They are certified, they meet all the rules and regulatory frameworks, We also have the expert versions of these machines, so it is possible to export these vehicles to other regions and countries. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll be more than welcome. Thank you, Maxim. Your equipment, your production helps to save the lives of many people. Dear colleagues, your questions, please. Maybe there were some questions in the chat, or you people present here have some questions. Yes, please. Could you please tell me the equipment that is inside the machine? What is the order or decree it corresponds to? This is the C class, meeting all the technical requirements and conditions of this type of machines. Unfortunately, we cannot place the wheelchair there or the ambulance cart. It is not equipped with this. Dear colleagues, we don't have any more questions. Let me sum up the results of our session. I was very pleased to be part of this conference. Thank you all very much. I think we were able to share our experience. It was interesting to listen to the experience of our foreign partners, foreign colleagues. The questions were quite interesting. So if you don't have any more questions, I think we may conclude here. And we'll be happy to see our colleagues and all of you at the next conferences. We will announce them, of course, later. So please be active and open for further collaboration. Or maybe you have other questions regarding the medical evacuation. You can always address to the Center of Medical Corporate Medicine. We'll consult you on the necessary on any concerns you might have. So this is the end of the session. Now I announce the coffee break, the most pleasant part of our conference. Thank you very much.
мероприятия по прошествии определенного времени. Невозможно быстро изменить законодательство в сфере удаленного здравоохранения или убедить работодателей вкладывать больше средств в здоровье и благополучие сотрудников. Однако уже сегодня нам удалось собрать в сообществе проекта «Трудовая оборона» неравнодушных профессионалов, для которых жизнь и здоровье людей на удаленных промышленных объектах не просто статистические показатели, а основная ценность.
В 7:58 в медпункт Центра корпоративной медицины поступил звонок. На промышленном объекте в поселке Белокаменка Мурманской области мужчина без сознания. Причины состояния неизвестны. Через 2 минуты фельдшеры были рядом с пострадавшим. С собой дефибриллятор, кардиограф и укладка со всем необходимым для экстренной помощи. Первичный осмотр показал признаки остановки сердца. Медики немедленно приступили к реанимационным действиям. Жизнь человека спасли. С такими ситуациями группа компаний «Центр корпоративной медицины» сталкивается ежедневно. ЦКМ сегодня – это 15 компаний и более 1000 медицинских работников, обеспечивающих охрану здоровья коллективов стратегических предприятий в 21 регионе России и 4 зарубежных странах. От того, как устроена медицинская система на промышленном удаленном объекте, от уровня подготовки специалистов к оказанию неотложной помощи в экстренных ситуациях зависит будущее значимых объектов страны. Например, магистральных газопроводов, заводов по сжижению газа, ключевых месторождений по добыче нефти и газа в самых отдаленных местах в Арктике и на шельфе.
Для того, чтобы снизить риски для здоровья сотрудников и связанные с ними расходы предприятия, мы на протяжении 17 лет строили эффективную систему медицинского сопровождения.
Сегодня инфраструктура ЦКМ включает 3 клиники, 6 симуляционных учебных центров, телемедицинский ассистенс-центр, аптечный склад, собственный автопарк, фабрику по пошиву одежды для профессиональных работ. Вне зависимости от географической удаленности предприятия, Центр корпоративной медицины выстраивает необходимую инфраструктуру для оказания плановой и экстренной медицинской помощи на объектах. Даже в самых сложных климатических условиях и на географически удаленных объектах наши сотрудники оказывают экстренную медицинскую помощь без потери времени. Более 200 медпунктов на объектах от Камчатского края до районов Крайнего Севера и Арктики оборудованы всем необходимым. Аппараты ЭКГ, УЗИ, лекарственные препараты доставляются на места самолетами, вертолетами, автомобилями. Медикаменты в специальных контейнерах для транспортировки поступают с собственного аптечного склада. Это гарантирует быструю и бесперебойную доставку. Грамотно выстроенная логистика ЦКМ позволяет довести все необходимое на любой объект. Сотрудники промышленных предприятий до прибытия в отдаленный регион проходят медосмотры. Но от чрезвычайных ситуаций не застрахован никто. Поэтому каждый здравпункт на объектах оборудован каналами связи, которые соединяют медицинского сотрудника в случае ЧП с ассистенс-центром. Ассистенс-центр помогает в сопровождении эвакуации и отвечает за коммуникацию со всеми участниками происшествия, поликлиниками, региональными центрами медицины катастроф, необходимыми службами региона и заказчика. В экстренных случаях при необходимости скорейшего стационарного лечения ЦКМ организует медицинские эвакуации, используя вертолеты с медицинской бригадой, медикаментозным обеспечением и круглосуточным контролем состояния пострадавшего. Кроме того, ассистенс-центр позволяет врачам на удаленных объектах получать консультации узких специалистов. Также центр занимается медицинским сопровождением морских судов.
Dear colleagues, I encourage you to take your seats. We are now going to proceed with our conference closing. Dear colleagues, let's sit a little closer. Please come closer. It seems like everyone is back in their seats. So, my esteemed colleagues, it's time to close our conference. And I get this feeling of joy and satisfaction. It took us a lot of effort to prepare this conference. We start preparation well in advance for this event, so there was a lot of tension before the event, but I think, to my viewpoint, the whole conference happened in a breath, just in one breath. So, next point on our agenda is informal reception, informal banquet, and I'd like to emphasize a few points. This is a traditional conference for us. It's the 4th time that we hold it. And we see that such events are becoming more and more relevant, and the demand on such events is even stronger each year. The level of this conference this year is substantively higher than the previous years. Substantively higher in terms of organization, the level of our delegates, of our speakers, and the amount of people who took part in this conference is quite impressive. 755 persons were registered, of whom over 100 were here with us in person, the rest were online. Participants from 9 countries all over the world, many of whom were in person. Some were also online participants. We would like to separately thank our colleagues from Slovenia that they were able to come, that they had such in-depth reports in 2 sections and had a lot of meetings on the sidelines, and I hope that our contacts will last. Also, our colleagues from Kazakhstan, Dennis, who was moderating the occupational hygiene section, which is a complicated section, and Dennis is an expert in this, not for the first time. Also representatives from Italy, Croatia, UAE, and other countries took part. So we're not isolated, people know us and take pleasure in communication with us. Once again, we prove that Russia is remote healthcare, and this sphere is quite well developed in Russia in terms of the scalability and the large scale of usage. The countries who take part in such conferences and the participants are quite interested in the fact how does this tool of remote health care and the whole concept of remote care works in reality, in practice. And I'm sure that we are contributing greatly with all this event and all the participants to the development of a remote healthcare system in the Russian Federation. I am joyous to acknowledge that National Association Inotzdrav, which is the organizer of this conference, and formed this program, and the agenda is quite interesting as far as I see it. This agenda covered most aspects of remote healthcare. This particular conference this year had a new section, Rural Remote Healthcare. This section is a separate topic, and I can't say there were too many people participating there, but yet our goal was to be heard about using private medical business for remote rural objects, and that goal, that topic was discussed and was quite emphasized. So the usage of such mechanism and implementation of such projects might be a solution for Russia in general for remote rural objects. As it was stated during one of the reports, 3/4, so 75% of our locations are remote locations. So it was quite an interesting discussion that brought some new points about attracting private medical businesses and integration with state healthcare. And this is also in the interest of the state, of the government, using the potential that could be beneficial to implement remote healthcare projects. Speaking about important aspects which I would like to take a special note of, I'd like to remind you the main message of our conference, the peculiarities of the current geopolitical situation of the Russian Federation and ways to resolve and to solve the challenges. And I'm positive that this challenge is being worked on in order to promote national competencies and priority projects. Our conference was quite illustrative of that. We are all aimed at very constructive and mutually beneficial cooperation. Russia is a huge country, so it's impossible to practically isolate it, it's clear. Another point I would like to add is about one of the peculiarities that we've mentioned, is that we invited several stakeholders, medical companies, medical businesses. Medical businesses do not only solve medical issues, but also organizational management issues. Second stakeholder, leading corporations, companies that work on remote locations. Most interestingly, such companies presented their positive cases of remote healthcare practices, and They demonstrated beautifully how it can work, and there were many discussions related to that, both on the sidelines and during sections of our conference. Another important stakeholders is government and government bodies, the Ministry of Health, local authorities, public pro-governmental companies, the Tomsk Chamber of Commerce, and other stakeholders, and they all expecting also for us to come up with some results of that work, and quite importantly, educators. Siberian State Medical University is one of the leaders in that respect. They demonstrated their initiatives within the remote healthcare area, and it's quite important that the rector of Tomsk State Medical University also took part, also representatives of Skolkovo University also came here. I don't see them right now. They went to a meeting to our office of CCM. So that's also over 20 different educational institutions that are trying to suggest their projects and solutions for the Arctic, for the Northern Seaway, and so on. The work that we did here will be a background for our memorandum, which will be prepared and discussed with our moderators. The main points of our memorandum will be shared very soon, today, and then the organizers will also share us where the draft will be located, so that you could also add your suggestions. Oksana, can you please read through?
Уважаемые коллеги, международная конференция.
Dear colleagues, the first international conference, Remote Healthcare, New Challenges and Development Opportunities, was held in Tomsk City, Russian Federation, on the 7th and 8th of September 2023 by the National Association Institute of Remote Healthcare, under the support of the administration of Tomsk region, Siberian State Medical University, and the group of companies Center of Corporate Medicine. The participants of the conference consider that in order to achieve the strategic objectives in the field of remote healthcare, there is a need in the near perspective to implement the following specific tasks: to develop a set of proposals to improve the regulatory framework aimed at the medical healthcare at remote facilities and standards of medical activity in these facilities, to introduce into the Ministry of Healthcare of the Russian Federation and the Ministry of Science and Higher Education the proposals on the inclusion of the specialty remote healthcare in the list of medical specialties, to intensify the work on the development and introduction of courses of post-degree training, master's training of medical workers to be able to work in remote facilities, with further opening of the faculty of remote healthcare in leading medical institutions of the Russian Federation, to initiate work on the organization of the national population and supervisory and observing studies on big data to form the biobank of medical workers, to publish the materials of the 4th International Conference, Remote Healthcare, New Challenges and Development Opportunities in Mass Media and Internet. The organizers of the conference shall present the materials and the memorandum of the conference to the administration of Tomsk region, Ministry of Healthcare of the Russian Federation, to the Committee on Health Safety of the State Duma of the Russian Federation, and the Committee of the Council of Federation of the Federal Committee of the Russian Federation on Social Policy, the Committee on the Industry of Health, Physical Culture and Sports, the Russian Union of Entrepreneurs and Businessmen, Agro Complex of the same organization, as well as to the Committee on Entrepreneurship and Healthcare of the Palace of Trade and Commerce. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you. You deserve the right to be the and to announce such important things. Thank you very much, Oksana. This document will be presented to the corresponding structures, organizations, and I think the Institute of Remote Healthcare will observe and monitor how the actions within this memorandum are fulfilled. All the measures set in the memorandum of the previous conferences were fulfilled. We are strictly monitoring all this. For us, it is very important that everything that is discussed here during the conference and the solutions made within the framework of the conference are put into practice. Right now, I would like to express the words of gratitude to the companies that supported us. First is the Siberian State Medical University. This is our strategic partner. They help us in our development and new achievements, and the group of companies Center of Corporate Medicine and in the name of its director for financial support in holding this conference. Throughout all these years, this is the 4th conference, and this group of companies is our permanent sponsor. Thank you very much. I think we will collaborate more in the future. Thank you. I think the main issues that I wanted to express at the closing ceremony I already made. Right now is the time for a dialogue, open dialogue. If you wish to say something or to criticize, to make some suggestions, comments, you are more than welcome right now. But before I give the floor to you, we have another important event. Right now we expect the Director General of Tomsk Transgaz Tomsk, Vladislav Margin, and Director of Siberian State Medical University, Professor Klyukov. We really hope that they will come on time. We were told that they are on their way. They are very busy, but we shall understand and take this into account. But because we plan to sign a trilateral agreement between Transgaz, Medical University, and the corporate Center of Corporate Medicine. In here, it is my pleasure to say that this is done under the support of the governor of Tomsk region. And after we sign this agreement, we will create a center of competence on remote healthcare in Tomsk. The center will be then, the creation of the center will be then proposed for approval to the government of the Russian Federation. So if we do not sign it today within the conference, we will sign it later for sure. Dear colleagues, if you wish to say something, you are more than welcome. Any volunteers to say a few words? Mikhail, I'm sure you say something to say. He did a brilliant job moderating the plenary discussion, and I'm very grateful to you that you managed to come and join us in the conference. I would like to be brief. For me, it was a great pleasure to read the memorandum. The Russian language is brilliant. I fully read it. I have specific proposals. Memorandum is missing one important thing. This is, we need to put the line about the medicine and the training of medical staff. The conclusion of contracts between the large investor and the regional administration. There should be an agreement on services. This mechanism implies that you identify the scope of activities where the investor is supposed to help, assist, provide financial assistance to the region. So, for example, living in the north, I know that this is quite common, and there is a structure in every single district of the Russian Federation that is responsible for this. So we shall also ensure that this is done within the framework of this memorandum. I would like to express my great thanks to the organizers. The speakers were brilliant, so thank you very much.
Thank you. But that was a teamwork, and that is a teamwork, so that is a synergetic effect. And I would also like to thank our technical services. They're traditionally here from Moscow. It's a company called Profix. They showed how effective they were during the COVID times when we held our previous conference, and this time they're exceptionally great as well. And I would like to thank our organizing committee, everyone, especially the marketing department of the Center of Corporate Medicine, Elena Sherstazub. And I would like to thank everyone who took part in this conference's work and organization. Right now, I would like to give the word to Yuri. Yuri, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Antipov. You would like some criticism or some suggestions for improvement? That's my main complaint, is just finished too fast. We just started savoring it, and now we see the end of it. And like the Moscow Olympiad of 1980s, we would like to see a little, a big bear balloon to come off at this point. And the next, the next conference will be your 5th conference. We were just talking about souvenirs and mascots. So we were talking about a horse, a souvenir horse. So horse always helped to get to remote locations. It's a very hard-working animal, so think about it. And the symbol of Tomsk, so yes, you should have a mascot, a horse as a mascot. I'd like to join the previous speakers and thank everyone. You did a great job. I'd like to thank the organizing committee and all the guests and online speakers, the persons who haven't come in person, but still I hope we will be continuing to be on the same page, and I hope that you will stay willing to do things together. Thank you so much. Thank you, Yuri. It's a good idea about the mascot, the horse mascot. I now give the floor to Lyubov Zelenkina. It's your third time at our conference. So please, you have the floor, Lyubov. Dear colleagues, I'm taking the floor in order to thank the organizers for not being indifferent and gathering all of us here in one place and organizing so it will be warm in the cold city of Tomsk. It takes a lot of effort. And not being indifferent, what I'm talking about here is that we're seeing how many challenges and current situation. Let's not dwell into details, but staffing issues and so on and so forth. But diving deep in such topic and suggest solutions, that is huge. I'm not even going to evaluate how are you going to be pushing such solutions, but I'm pretty sure that business is interested for medical providers to demonstrate high quality. I already shared an example. So once I came to a paramedical center and I found out a musical instrument on the wall, and I found out that the paramedic was also a shaman. So that was interesting because that person didn't have much equipment, but this musical instrument was quite one of the most important devices for him. Another catchy phrase is about old lady Manya sitting somewhere, so an old lady doctor who had a lot of experience but not too much of an equipment and not much in line with the current trends. So gathering all this information, gathering all the best practices and trying to make something from this melting pot will be quite difficult to write one single memorandum. On the other hand, it is something that is in high demand. I will speak from the name of my company that we have a demand so that we would have a list of trusted medical providers, some kind of ranking or rating of providers, so that we wouldn't have some shamans, but we would be able to know and verify that such companies are of high quality medical services. And another issue that was kind of all around but never stated distinctly. Remoted locations. Remoted might mean different things. Remoted locations that is over 1 hour away is one thing, or Yamal region is a completely different thing, where even airplanes do not have any service. So another preventive measure is also for ranking of paramedics or medics. For example, some places are reachable but far away, or offshore checkups, medical examinations are right now the same. But in fact, I think there should be different requirements for such medical examinations. Because some places it's very relevant to decipher between them. I hope that the government will hear the concerns that we are voicing here. If there are many voices, and we're all asking for it. When the lawmakers are doing their job, it's very important that such laws are. I'm so sorry. Such laws contain expert opinions. So good luck, and thank you for your opinion.
It is very important to listen to the opinion of every one of you. And I believe that one of the objectives of this conference is the discussion between different experts, exchange of opinions. This is a good platform for expressing your thoughts, expressing your ideas. We invite everyone to the roundtable discussion. You can be part of that, because only by uniting our efforts we are able to achieve some results and be successful. We all have difficulties and we need to address them jointly. I think this is a good start for attracting different experts, listening to their expertise, and so on. Any volunteers to say a few words? Do we have a rector here?
Евгений Сергеевич, ждем вас уже.
I would like to give the floor to Evgeny Kulikov, Rector of Siberian State Medical University, and would like to express my personal gratitude for his support in implementing our initiatives. Right now we are discussing, saying the final words, and would like to listen to your opinion as well. Dear colleagues, dear Sergei, thank you very much, first of all, for inviting our university for the fourth time already. We are one of the leading partners in remote health care. I'm thankful to Sergei that in Tomsk we are creating a new sphere of staff training, and Sergei made Tomsk a world capital of remote health care. This is for sure. He set high standards in the past, and now he's fulfilling it with new ideas, new measures, new actions. And we as a medical university today see that this is a very prospective field of knowledge which requires investments, contribution, attention. And I also mentioned this at the panel discussion. We are open, we are ready for collaboration. We are ready upon the needs of the customer to create and design study programs and train experts in this field of remote health care. This can be even done with the involvement of international partners. I think in this sense we can become one of the only one in the Russian Federation that trains specialists in this field. So thanks to you all for these fruitful discussions, for this lively atmosphere, and I hope that we will meet during the next conference. Please take your seat. We have quite ambitious plans in terms of staff training, and the leading federal universities, such as the medical university, is quite important here. And for me, it's a pleasure to realize that the university where I studied, where I have my degree from, is my partner. Thank you very much. Wish you success to you personally as a rector and the university, medical university in general. We will support students and the university in all its initiatives. Dear colleagues, any volunteers to say a few words? Don't be shy. Then I will say something. We are waiting for the... we have to wait for some time anyway. I wanted once again to remind you that this conference was devoted to Professor Nelson Norman. He's the founder of remote health, one of the founders of remote healthcare. Unfortunately, he died last year, but the ideas that he expressed make us work and continue his initiative. He put a lot of emphasis on international training standards. He did a lot of research works, published a lot of papers, and we have some international PhD students that will defend their thesis quite soon. We also ensure staff training, and this year we will have some students completing their thesis in remote healthcare. This is very important for us, and I would like to emphasize that this initiative, this scientific initiative, it comes from a private company, not a state-funded company. But the practice shows that private companies are strongly motivated in training their staff. And I would like to repeat once again that within our relations with the medical university, we signed an agreement on allocating a scholarship to our PhD students. So there will be a CCM scholarship. We continue to train experts in this field when they graduate from the university. Another important thing for me, this year we became the sponsors of Pirogov's conference. This is a students' conference that is held annually. And this year we acted as sponsors, as I already said. We formed our section on remote health care, and we engage active students. We train them, we immerse them into this environment. So this is quite complicated and has some difficulties, obstacles, but anyway, we are not giving up and we continue improving the knowledge and skills of our potential employees. Maybe we shall prepare the table for signing an agreement. Let me understand what is the situation. Dear colleagues, we are waiting for Vladislav. And after that, we will communicate with each other more.
Давайте, кто-нибудь что-нибудь, а то уже у меня очень много.